Very delighted to have you all present. As with all great things, the starting is always a bit shaky. But what matters is how we end. And we are sure that today will be a very impactful day for everyone that is around. Our speakers are here, as you could see. And our program, we had to do a bit of some gymnastics. So apologies for shifting you a bit here and there. We are ready to start now. So we've already had our devotion. And Pastor, we want to thank you for that wonderful message, reminding us that we need to occupy until he comes. I'll be your anchor this morning. My name is Mukuka Mlenga. And this program has been brought to you in conjunction with the Spirit of Prophecy Department at the University Seventh-day Church. So it's a program between AMO and the Spirit of Prophecy Department. We want to speak about entrepreneurship and what God says about entrepreneurship. How should we manage the talents that we have been given? And how do we move from ideation? Most of us have got ideas. They are burdens that God has placed in our minds. And these burdens are the opportunities and avenues through which we can leave a positive impact on society. So as we go through today, we want to navigate from how do we move from the ideas that are in the mind all the way to execution. Later on, in the course of the day, we'll be joined by our colleagues from the Citizens Economic Empowerment Commission, who also let us speak to how do we move from the concept to accessing funding so that we can begin to bring to reality what it is we want to do. So before we start, we'll just request Brother Milimo to give us a special song, and then we will get into the presentation. From time to time, we'll have a few interludes of music. Here we are building both the physical as well as the spiritual. So may we be blessed, Brother Milimo.
Good morning, church. Gonse ndila unka molinduendi la shoma agambo gangu ndili waga kalivali oyagondiso lolela Oyagundiso lolela Buga simpe Wenzuma Gotinda yea Calvary Consacantwala Nenkaya Pantunamuche Tekela Neokesha Palwandi Amfwilile pa Calvary Yes wakulanta ngelela Akasubano bushiku Chibusawandi wachinei Amfwilile pa Calvary. Contanshi chinesha katine Yesu akaba nagine Oshe kubumo nsubila kamumona mupusushi o Yesu akulanta gilila akasubano bushiku chibusawandi wachine amfwililepa Calvary oyagundiso lolela oyagundiso lolela ngugasimpe mwensuma gotinda yeah Calvary amfwililepa Calvary amfwililepa Calvary 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 amfwililene epa Calvary.
Right. What do we say again for that beautiful song? Yeah, there's a way in which Brother Mirimo does that rendition. That makes you think like, is this the same song we sing? In a very good way, yeah. Right. So it is my privilege and honor to just give a brief introduction of the speaker who will be speaking to us today. Dr. Daniel Ngombo Kawani is a renowned Zambian businessman and wealth consultant. He's an accomplished entrepreneur and internationally sought-after speaker. He is the founder and CEO of DNK Group of Companies, a diversified enterprise with interests in consultancy, publishing, health, education, and entrepreneurship development. Throughout his work, Dr. Kawani has become a respected voice in wealth creation, business systems, entrepreneurship, leadership, and economic empowerment across Africa. With a Doctor of Business Administration DBA in entrepreneurship, a background in pharmacy and medical sciences, and extensive experience in corporate leadership, Dr. Kawani has advised businesses, institutions, professional entrepreneurs, and government-linked initiatives on strategy, business growth, financial empowerment, investment thinking, and organizational transformation. His practical and principle-driven approach to wealth creation has made him a trusted consultant and mentor for startups, SMEs, executives, and emerging entrepreneurs. Dr. Kawani is an award-winning entrepreneur and best-selling author who has trained and spoken at very high-level conferences and corporate events, leadership summits, faith-based conventions, and entrepreneurship platforms across Africa and internationally. He has addressed audiences in Zambia, in Zimbabwe, in Malawi, Ethiopia, Nigeria, South Africa, USA, China, Russia, and the United Kingdom, and beyond, on topics including business leadership, financial intelligence, entrepreneurship, productivity, systems buildings, and wealth generation. He had spoken and trained at high international organizations such as the African Union, ASI, Africa Philanthropy Conference, Standard in the Gap UK, B360, the Gospel Convention, among many others. He's also a mentor under the Tony Emelu Foundation, a Hout Prize judge, and visionary behind the National Education Expo, NEXT, Zambia's largest education and youth empowerment platform that attracts over 3,000 delegates annually while supporting youth entrepreneurship, scholarship, and SME development. Dr. Kawani has received multiple recognitions, including Entrepreneur of the Year from the Pharmaceutical Society of Zambia, the Award of Honor from Zambians in India, and the best-selling author at the National Books Award. His influence continues to shape business, education, leadership, and economic empowerment initiatives across the region. And beyond business, Dr. Kawani is also a mentor and a passionate, driven man. He has held high family values and transformational impact. He is happily married to Bethel, a clinician and social entrepreneur, and they have a son, Daniel Ngombo Kabani Jr. Apart from all these things, Dr. Kawani is also a member of the Seventh-day Adventist Church and a 7-year-old. So what do we say to welcome him to come and speak to us this morning? Amen. May we all be blessed. The floor is yours.
Good morning, brothers and sisters. How are you today? I hope you are doing well. I'm happy to be here with you, and I hope that in the time that we have, we can cover as much ground as we can of what we have to do this morning. It's a Sunday, and there are many competing alternatives to what you could have been doing. So it's a sign of dedication that you can be here on a Sunday to have a discussion around entrepreneurship, productivity, personal development. So congratulations to yourself for taking yourself very seriously. Just turn to your neighbor and congratulate them for taking themselves very serious. Yes. Because I don't want to believe there is any joker who is here. You can't be a joker and be seated on a Sunday discussing entrepreneurship. It's a sign of being very serious with your life. Allow me to thank the University SDA Church for creating this platform where we can engage together on issues that affect our lives. By the way, I'm a member of the SDA Church, congregating at Ridgeway SDA Church. But I should mention that this is equally my church. I still receive your emails every Friday about what is happening the following Saturday, because this was my church before I transitioned to Ridgeway. So in Lusaka, these are my two churches. This is my church. Ridgeway is my church. I would also want to thank my leader. This is the man who reached out to me a long time ago and said, my leader, you need to come and do something. We were together. When was that, when this whole thing started? It should be about a year ago. A year ago, we were at this hotel. What hotel is that? It has a hard name. Sarova something something. I was speaking to students and faculty from UNILAS and UNZA under the B360 program. So after that, my leader said, no, you need to come and do something with my church as well. But allow me to recognize our pastor, a good friend of mine and a leader of mine, very great man. He's one of the finest minds I've come across, and I appreciate being a friend with him, but him also being my leader and our leader. I think as a church, you are privileged to have such a smart mind for a pastor. I'm one person who believes that the gospel must be approached with a lot of intelligence. Yes, I find the gospel very attractive when it is presented intelligently. And I think the pastor has that gift which he has refined very, very well. I also want to recognize all the elders that are present here. Some of them know me as a very small boy right here at Unza when I was still in my teens. So I'm happy to see you, elder. I have my big brothers here, my elder. I can see a number of you in there. Then I can see those of you who from today going forward, you'll be my friends. I want to be your friend. I don't know whether you want to be my friend, but if you want to be my friend, then our friendship begins today, right? Let's close our eyes and pray, and we are going to begin our session. Father in heaven, we thank you, Lord, for this morning. We pray that you will forgive us of our sins, that they may not hinder the process of you communing with man. Beginning with me that is standing in front, I am a man that is not righteous, but striving for righteousness. I pray that you cleanse me, that, Lord, I may not be the stumbling block between you and your people. And I pray for every person present here, that, Lord, you may open our minds, we may learn what we have to learn. Guide us in this process of us occupying until you come, as we have learned from our pastor this morning. I want to pray that, Lord, every example that will be given, everything that will be said about me should not be to lift itself, but it should be as an example that what you have done for me, you can do for every person that is present here. My prayer is that at the end of it all, you may be lifted up, that you and you alone will be seen, will be heard, will be loved, will be praised, and will be exalted. And that through the service of this morning, you will demonstrate your power in the lives of men and how you can change us when we are diligent in what we do. It is our prayer in your name, Jesus, we pray. Amen. Allow me to recognize one more person, my big brother there, brother and elder Godfrey Sluchali. That's a Now let's begin from here. Let's go to 2 Kings chapter 4. 2 Kings chapter 4. I hope you have also come with your Bibles. Right? Yes, because this is biblical entrepreneurship. 2 Kings chapter 4, verse 1 to 7. I want us to run very quickly in there. 2 Kings chapter 4. Anybody with a Bible? Or is our media team able to show it there? But if not, let's get somebody with a Bible who can read for us. 2 Kings chapter 4. We are reading from verse 1 to verse 7. So I'll build a biblical case building on what my pastor has already done on why we should enterprise. And then from there, I'll take you into an inspiration talk of how you can build wealth. And then my second presentation will be a technical presentation on how you build a business. So that's how the presentation is going to be structured that way. We'll begin with what God says about issues of wealth, entrepreneurship, business, and enterprise. Then we are going to shift and go into looking at what we can be able to do to occupy. And after we have dealt with that, the second presentation, I'll come back with the technical aspect of building a business. The Bible says, a certain woman of the wives of the sons of the prophets cried out to Elisha, saying, your servant, my husband, is dead, and you know that your servant feared the Lord, and the creditor is come to take my 2 sons to be his slaves. This is such a complicated text that shocks me every time I read it. So let's go to verse 1, just verse 1. A certain woman, now the woman is not identified by name, but it says a certain woman of the wives of the sons of the prophets cried out. So this woman is a wife to a prophet. In our church, she would be called a shepherdess. That's how we call wives to the pastors. So the Bible, if it was written in our time, it would say, and a certain shepherdess went and cried out to Elisha. So it is strange to see a shepherdess crying, especially if it's not a funeral. Right? Some of the most composed people I've seen are shepherdesses. You rarely see them. Even, I think maybe it's some training. Pastor, is there some training for shepherdesses? Because even at a funeral, everybody cries, but the shepherdess is composed. I think there's some secret that is taught, right? But this shepherdess was crying. The Bible says, and she was crying. And what does she say? Saying, your servant, my husband, is dead. So the husband is some kind of a junior prophet who is being mentored and taught by Elisha, the senior prophet. I need you to see that. There's a senior prophet, a renowned prophet. Elisha was not a simple man, as you'd soon realize. He was not a simple man. Elisha is among the top prophets that the Bible has ever had. You put him in the same league of the Daniels, in the same leagues of the Jeremiahs, in the same league. Elisha was a powerful guy. Actually, when you talk about miracles, there is no prophet in the Bible that did as many miracles as Elisha. Nobody carries that CV. Not even Daniel did as many miracles. Not Elijah himself. And I understand why. It's because this guy took over from a very powerful guy. He took over from a prophet by the name of Elijah. Now, what do you remember about Elijah? He's the guy that went to heaven. Now, if you read your Bible from Genesis to Revelation, how many people have gone to heaven? Straight, zooming, like they see you off, you are going to heaven. How many people? 2. Yeah, that's who and who? Enoch, Elijah, and Jesus. It's these 3. You have to be very serious. No, Moses had to die first. He didn't zoom straight. These ones went straight. So you have to reach a certain level for you to qualify in the league of Elijah. Because of those that went straight to heaven, it's Enoch, Elijah, and Jesus. Only the 3. Daniel didn't go. Paul didn't go. Matthew didn't go. All the powerful guys you know, Noah didn't go straight. Nothing. Now, why am I highlighting that? It is because Elijah, powerful as he was, you remember Elijah? He's the guy who called fire from heaven. Any other guy you have with a CV of calling fire from heaven? We have a lot of prophets now, very powerful. Anybody who is calling fire in Nigeria? Malawi? South Africa? Nobody so far? Yeah. So he's the guy who called fire from heaven. He is the guy who went and multiplied the flour and oil of a widow of Zarephath. Yeah, that was Elijah. He was a very powerful guy. He's the one who told Ahab, there's not going to be rain for 3.5 years. And it happened that way. And when he was tired of his ministry here, he told God, me, I'm tired of these people and things like that. And God said, okay, you are tired, my son, you have done your job. Chariot of fire, up, heaven. Now, that's Elijah. But I need to bring Elisha because Elisha was bigger than Elijah. How? It's because Elisha, who is a mentee, protege of Elijah, when Elijah is about to leave, Elisha makes a request from Elijah and he says, you give me a double portion of your spirit, which is a double portion of your power. That's your power multiplied by 2. Now, when you request to receive power multiplied by 2 of a guy who zoomed into heaven and called fire from heaven, then it tells you what you become. So do you understand what Elisha was? He was double what Elijah was. And Elijah told him, you will become this as long as you are going to be around when I'm taken into heaven. And he was there. And he requested for the clock. They threw a clock, which is a cot, for him to Elisha. And the guy didn't even wait. He tested its power on Jordan as he was coming back. He reaches the river. He didn't even wait. Didn't even take 30 minutes or anything. Tested there. And the water parted. And he walked on the ground. He did exactly what the children of Israel did. That's a powerful guy. Now, this is the man that the lady is coming to. Let me give you a bit of a CV of Elisha now. So Elisha is the guy who was living at Dothan. Later on, at one point, there's a foreign army that comes to surround him. The servant goes out, finds there is an army outside trying to capture him. And then the servant says, alas, master, how will we do? We are finished. And he says, no, we are not finished. He says, Lord, open his eyes that he may see. The Bible says the eyes of the young man were open and he saw round about them chariots of fire in their thousands. Then he prayed that, Lord, can you blind them? And they all became blind. Then he asked them, who are you looking for? They said, we are looking for Elisha. He says, good. Hold each other, hands in a line. Let me take you to where he stays. Then they held each other in a line, and he was leading them in front. He took them in the city. He was living outside the city. Took them into the city. And he said, open their eyes. When they opened their eyes, they were surrounded by the Israeli army. And the king was excited. He said, let's butcher them now. He said, no, you can't butcher what you didn't hunt. Give them food to eat. They ate. He says, release them. They'll go and testify. And he released them, and they went back to their king. And for years, there was no battle between the two countries. And actually, before that, when the king, who are those guys who were trying to attack them? Who are the guys who were trying to attack them? The ones who came to surround them at Dothan. It was Syria, right? They're Syrians. So the king says, whenever we set an ambush for the king of Israel, we fail to capture him, because if we set ambush in this road, he'll use a different road. We set ambush in this road, he goes in a different road. What is the problem? There should be a spy here. There should be somebody more who is taking out information to him. Then one guy says, no, there's no more. There's a guy in Israel. His name is Elisha. That guy hears everything you say, including what you say in your bedroom. That's how powerful the guy was. Then the king says, okay, so change of plan. What we'll do is we'll capture the guy first. Then after that, we capture the king. Then I'm wondering at his wisdom, because he has just been told that the guy hears everything. So the guy has heard that you are trying to capture him. That's why when they came to Dothan, they found him sleeping, and only the servant was awake. And when the servant comes out shocked to say, we are finished, him is relaxed because he heard everything and he had a plan. When he came from escorting Elijah and is passing, some kids found him and they started mocking him. They said, you with a bald head, you go to heaven where your friend has gone. He looked at them and he cursed them, and bears came out of the bush and killed all the boys. I think there were about 40 or so on spot. He is the guy who turned, some bitter water into water, cleansed it by just putting some salt there. He's the guy who later on in the school of prophets, because he was running a school, when they went, an axe fell in water and he made the axe to float. He's the only guy who has done that. Made the axe, the iron head, to float. It is him. He is the guy when the students from the school went to collect spices and food in the bush. They got a poison and they started having diarrhea and they were saying death in the pot. It's him who did a simple miracle and turned everything around. But you see, his CV is so long that if we are to run it, there's no prophet with a CV like his in terms of miracles. He was a powerful guy. But the most interesting one is that this is the guy who was performing miracles, even who performed a miracle posthumously, and is the only one recorded in the Bible. Because when he died and he was buried, years later another boy decided to die, and when they were taking him to bury him, they dug a grave close to the grave of Elisha. And somehow his skeleton was exposed. When they lowered the boy and the boy had contact with his skeleton, the boy resurrected and came back to life and jumped out of the grave. That's what a prophet looks like. So the next time you hear somebody telling you they're a prophet, have this in mind. Prophecy is not about running around predicting soccer, who is winning, who is losing, and things like that. Those are funny things. You are hearing what a prophet sounds like? That's what a prophet sounds like. Now, this is the guy that the lady goes to, the woman, the widow. And she's a widow of a prophet also. So he knows her. She's not a stranger. Because she actually says, you know that my husband, your servant, was committed, one who feared God. What would you have expected Elisha to do? Because she has a problem. She says, my husband was owing, and the people he was owing have come to collect my 2 sons. So if you are Elisha with the CV I've given, what were you going to do? What were you going to do? Elder, what would you have done if you were Elisha? Madekam, right? And what would you have done if you were Elisha with the CV I've given? My leader says magic money. It's not even magic money, it's miracle money, right? What would you have done? My leader, good to see you. What would you have done? Yeah, you would have just said, forget this woman, you that she's owing, right? And all that would have happened. That's very simple. Of the miracles he did, that would have been one of the simplest, isn't it? But before I go to what I want to emphasize on that, let me emphasize something here. It says, your servant, my husband, is dead, and you know that your servant feared God. This guy who died feared God. He was a prophet, and he feared God, which means he was dedicated. He was a dedicated church member. When you think about some of the most dedicated church members here at Unza Church or whichever church you are coming from, then you should be thinking that's what this guy was. But the Bible says this guy who was a dedicated church member and who was a prophet was owing. He was owing such that he died having failed to pay his debt. What that means is it's very possible to be very spiritual and very broke at the same time, which is a very bad combination. I need to emphasize that because there are some of us that sometimes are tempted to think spirituality exempts you from economic problems. No, this is the case you have in the Bible. Your spirituality does not exempt you from economic issues. Fasting does not. Prayer does not. Bible study does not. And any other religious ritual or exercise or activity, I need you to know that there is no amount, none of us here has ever reached the point of this guy here where your wife can go to a prophet who knows and sees everything and say, you know that my husband. By the way, look, it's the wife who is giving a positive CV about the husband. Now, many of you and many of us here have a good CV of ourselves by others, which is destroyed by our wives. I have not heard what I have said. What I have said is this. If we brought you here, we can praise you very much because we know very little about you. You can say, no, this is a humble leader, powerful man of God, and all that. But question, if we brought your wife to say the truth and nothing other than the truth here in front about you, what's the CV? Some of you that are known as gentle at church, you are violent at home. Some of you who are known as generous at church, you are very greedy and stingy at home. Some of you that are known as very humble, you are very proud at home. And you are persecuting your wife and everybody at home. You are a tyrant. Some of you that are known as straight here, your wives know you as crooks. And they know your dues. Some of you that are known as very faithful here at church, your wives know your infidelity and the chain of girlfriends that they are fighting with. So, a real righteous man is a man who can be given a positive CV, not by church members, but by the wife. If your wife can stand and say, you know my husband fears God, you are a righteous man. And I can tell you there are very few whose wives can. Many of us here, even when you stand here preaching, your wife behind there just say, man of God. Anyway, preach. Let's hear. There's one man who was preaching in front, and as he's preaching, the wife behind there, whichever point, he's hammering points. He hammers a point. The wife behind just goes like, hammers a point. The wife, and people started looking at the wife. When he hammers a point, they will look at the wife. She does this, they laugh. Again, they wait for another point. He hammers a point, they look at the wife. She does this, they laugh. Because the wife says, what is he saying there in front? So this is to tell you that this was a real righteous man, a powerful, righteous, broke man. So, if you do not do anything about your economic situation, you are going to be righteous and broke. A broke elder, broke deacon, broke superintendent, broke AY leader, and broke fill in the blank. Any other, whether you are a usher, broke usher. Your spirituality does not exempt you from economic situation. That's what we learned. Now this guy was so broke to the extent that he had no collateral. So he used his children as collateral. Because how is it that he is owing? And you see, for you to reach a point where they want to take your children, it means they have tried to take your land, you have no land. They have tried to take your animals. You have no animals. They have tried to take your business. You have no business. So in the end, they say, what has he left? They say, no, he has left children. Say, bring the children. May none of us in here be so broke and yet spiritually on fire to the extent that you have to begin using your children, your wife as collateral. So that's what I need to know. Why? You see, there's a study that was done by some scholars from UNISA, and it was an interesting one. It was a comparative study between Muslim countries and Christian countries. 22 countries, 11 Muslim, 11 Christian. And what they came to realize is that Muslim or Islamic Arab states are doing way better economically than Christian nations here in Africa. Now, if we picked, by the way, the richest part of Africa is North Africa. And the North Africans don't see themselves as Africans. You should know that. Morocco and what? That's why even that young man, ISO Speed, whatever that speed young man is, when he reached Morocco at a World Cup, they were throwing bananas at him like he's a monkey. And yet he's a black American. North America don't see themselves as Africans. But you should know that North Africa is the powerhouse of Africa in terms of economic issues. Those are the biggest economies you have. It's Morocco, Algeria, Egypt, and the top part there. That's why you could find countries like Egypt could even think of attacking Israel. Those of you who read history should know that if you know of the battle that happened of Israel with 5 countries, one of them was Egypt. Who else down here can attempt to? How would it even reach? What do you have which can reach there other than witchcraft? To say now we are bewitching the president of Israel. We have no missile, no nothing that can reach there. But Egypt is a powerhouse. Even around the Arab area there, they fear Egypt. Now, those are not the countries they were comparing. They decided to leave those. They picked countries within what is called Sub-Saharan Africa. Sub-Saharan Africa is where the black Africans like you and me live. I was having a chat with a young man at a hotel I was at in Addis recently. And this young man who was a waiter, he asked me, he looked at me, he said, where do you come from? Because if you are in Addis and you are as dark as me, you are the outlier. The people in Ethiopia don't look like us. Their hair is not like us. Their skin is not like us. They are light. They look more like Arabs, somehow, close to those guys. So he says, where do you come from? Then I said, guess, where do you think I come from? He says, you are from Africa? It's like, what do you mean I'm from Africa? You and me are here together in Africa. I said, no, we are not Africans. That's him. He says, we are not Africans. That's what he says. Actually, he gives another statement. He says, Doc, good to see you. This is another elder brother of mine and a great mentor. These are the leaders we found, men that have shaped us into what we are. I'm happy to see you, Doc. Please. So, says, Africa, we're not. He says, actually, Africa is nothing without my country. I see. And I couldn't argue. I mean, what would I have used to argue? Right? Now, they did a comparative study between the Islamic states and the Christian states. This is what their finding was, that we are poor. So, which countries are up there and they are Muslim nations? Nigeria is one of them. That's why now they are killing you Christians. Nigeria has more Muslims than Christians. Ghana is the same, more Muslims than Christians. And all those top big economies there. When they came here, now they started studying. In that study they highlighted, what is it that makes these Africans? By the way, you know the strange thing about this? So there's one guy, his name is Sanderson. He writes a book which is titled Broken Systems. He is analyzing the education system. And he shows what the education system, why Israel is a superpower, it's because of its education system. Then he talks about how This same religion of Judaism, from which Christianity came out from, Christianity went to Europe and developed Europe. It went to America and developed America. America was developed because of Christianity and the Christian values. But Christianity came to Africa and Africa did not develop. Why? It is because away from how Christianity was brought to an African, how also an African has decided to take Christianity and interpret it has made his economic issues worse. So there are some of you seated here who are praying for money, as an example. But you have no biblical evidence of anybody from Genesis to Revelation who prayed for money. Do you have an example of somebody who prayed for money in the Bible? Anybody? One person in the Bible prayed for money and God gave him money. There's no one. So the day you found yourself praying for 3,000, which reference are you using in the Bible? You see the problem when you misunderstand religion. So we sit and do things which we should not be doing, which even heaven is shocked. Because they don't make money in heaven. Money is made down here, printed by BOZ. So you don't pray for money. You go and make money. I need to repeat that because until you understand that, life will be very complicated. You do not pray for money. You go and make money. You can't be praying from 02 to 06. With a team of friends, you call each other. Let's wake up now. What are we praying for? No, my father, my father, my father, my father. My father, you know my financial situation. My father, my father. Your father is shocked. What are they doing at 02? Because at that time you are praying for money. The Chinese are making money. The Rwandese are making money. Dangote is making money. And every other entrepreneur is making money. Now that's not to discourage you from praying. Don't pray amiss. Pray for what should be prayed for. Don't pray for what should not. So this man also had a misunderstanding of religion, I believe. That's why he ended up as a broke prophet who left his family in debt. May none of us die and leave their family in debt. Especially men. May none of us die and leave his family in debt. We see these things at a funeral where people are supposed, at your funeral we should just concentrate on crying. Nothing else. Just, this man, we miss him. That's the only thing we should focus on, crying. But we have gone to funerals where crying has been disrupted. People were crying, then suddenly somebody came like, the one who was crying goes, really? Really? He has stopped crying. What has he said? No, I'm told this man, he got a loan. How much? No, 150. He didn't pay. Hey, stop crying first. Stop crying. What do we do about the situation? And now, for the next 6 hours, people are not crying. They are discussing what you left. We have lived long enough to see these things. We have lived long enough to see the things of the dead confiscated. He dies, bailiffs arrive, they get everything. None of us. So religion will not exempt you from economic issues. It says creditors have come, they want to take. Let's go to verse 2. Now, let's go to verse 2 very quickly. Media. So Elisha said to her, what shall I do for you? Tell me what you have in your house. He says, tell me what you have in your house. What resource do you have in your house? Making money begins with what you have, not what you don't have. Now, many of us in here are very focused on what we don't have. And that's where the problem is. Why you may not be making money is because you are focused on what you don't have. Money can't come from what you don't have. It begins from what you have. Your resources. What do you have? So he says, what do you have in your house? Now, Wangari Maathai, that great woman, the first black African woman, Nobel Prize winner, she writes in her book, A Challenge for Africa, and she says, the challenge of Africa is not a problem of resources. It is a problem of resourcefulness. Many of us have resources, but we are not resourceful. I was chatting with my leader jokingly and telling him that, God is all wise. Me, I'm not wise. But if God had asked me at creation to say, Daniel, what's your input in this creation thing? I would have given a suggestion. My suggestion would have been, God, make different days for all of us. There are people who don't need 24 hours. It's a waste of time. There are people who should just have 8 hours. 4 hours Facebook, 4 hours sleep, in there, eat, back again to the same routine. Have you realized when there's more time and there's idleness, sin abounds? When people have, go and read Christ Object Lesson. No. It's not Christ Object Lesson. Go and read the commentary that Sister White gives on Sodom and Gomorrah and their destruction. You're going to understand that the sin, and Jesus himself said, the sin of Sodom and Gomorrah was idleness and abundance of bread. When people are full, they idle at the same time. And in Africa here, that's the good news. People can be feeding somebody who does nothing. And that's the most dangerous person, a person who is full and idle. Why? The body generates energy. And energy needs to be expended. That person will find where to take that energy. That's why you are going to realize in the compounds where people do very little, that's where population growth is the highest. Because energy without a purpose is dangerous. Energy without purpose is dangerous. Now, what do you have? So I'll ask you again in your own life. What do you have? Now, the challenge is this one. When you go in Matthew chapter 25, you're going to find a guy in there who was given something. You read Matthew chapter 25, 12 going down. We shouldn't project it, right? It's just an example. You're going to find the parable of talents. And the man gave talents. To one he gave 5. To another 2. To another 1. The Bible then records that these guys who received the talents, the guy with 5 immediately went and traded. Now the talent there, again, that's why we need to be explaining these things. Renewals immediately. Then the guy who received 1 went and buried the talent. Now, he was given, he buried. The Bible says they were all given according to their ability. I need you to know that don't complain that you have little in your life. God has checked your ability. I need to repeat that. There are some of you who think you have little. No, God knows what he's doing. He has checked your capacity. God does not give much to a person with little. No, they are in Chicago's. Now they know new places. What is that one? Decapolis. It's what? Decapo. Sorry. When you are reading the Bible too much, you think of Decapolis. Those are the new places they knew. What is confusing this guy? 15,000. To him, that's a lot of money. Now, if a 15,000 kwacha is confusing you, God can't give you a 70,000. It would confuse you. Have you ever Have you ever seen $1 million in an account? You put in a pin and you see a 1 with 6 zeros. You visualize that. Then visualize yourself the way you know yourself. With 1 million. Last seen. Now not only on WhatsApp. Your wife is the one who say last seen 2 weeks ago. You have disappeared. So God looks and he says, no, this one, leave him. Let him handle my 5,000 kwacha, he'll get saved. This one, let him handle my 1,535, that way he'll get saved. Give him $1 million, we are losing him. God checks capacity. God, look, you are not more wiser than God. I'm not more wiser than God. You yourself, can you give your 1 year, 6 months child 100 kwacha? Can you give a 1 year, 5 months baby 100 kwacha? Can you give him? Why can't you give him? He has no capacity to manage it. But can you give 100 kwacha to your 16-year-old who is in high school? Can you? Yes. Why? Isn't he the same guy? What has changed in him? He has developed capacity. When he goes to university, how much are you giving him? 2,000 kwacha. Is he a new person? No, it's the same guy you gave birth to. Why are you giving him 2,000 now? He has developed capacity. So the limitation of what the child receives is in proportion to his capacity. So I should tell you, if you want more from God, go and develop your capacity. And in case you are wondering why we are meeting here this morning is partly to develop the capacity of every one of us. That's why after this, we must see also your income, your revenue go up because you have developed capacity. It is to develop capacity. So God wants us to develop capacity. And so he gives us the basic starter pack of resources. Each one of us born on earth has been given, I normally see those things on Facebook saying starter pack, that's what they call it. Young people post and say starter kit or pack for marriage or for whatever. God has given each one of us a starter pack, which is basic resources from which you should jumpstart your life. Now, that servant was given 1 because he had no capacity, but he was given. When the master came back, he had this report. He says, me, I didn't do much. Why? Because you gave me nothing. I know you. You are a master who wants to reap where you did not sow. Question, did God give him something? Yes, he did. But this guy says, now, why? That's the danger. Many people who remain in poverty are people who are busy looking for what they don't have, while they are either squandering what they have or ignoring what they have. Every successful person has just worked with what they have. Dr. Siatwambo has built his whole empire, not from the blues. We'll be having dinner this evening with him and the wife and a team of friends to celebrate the wife's victory in the election. He built everything he has from what he had. He had an education from the University of Zambia as a teacher. The same teacher who what did you, no, I did teaching. You know, the problem is that my uncle, because there are some of you, immediately we ask you what you did, you state it and begin giving an explanation. What happened is that my uncle died in grade 9, so now sponsorship became a problem. And what, my brother, who just say, I'm a teacher. What did you say? No, I did nursing. You know, where I was in Mufumbwe, there was only nursing. I asked you, what did you do? Just say nursing. That's the problem. You think nursing is too low for you. But I can give you 1,000 nurses who are doing what anybody else you think is accomplished is not doing. Pick the best of career. I'll show you people from the worst of careers who are employing the best of careers. By the way, in case you do not know, Dr. Siatambo today, I can see one of the staff from Great North behind there, right? She will tell you that at the rehab center that Dr. Siatwambo is running, are you not employing doctors there, medical doctors? They are there, in their chain, including consultants. They are employed by who? They are employed by who? A teacher. The same teaching which you, when you are moving, you look like you want to apologize. No. It's geography. I did geography. The same teaching. Dr. Siatwambo is employing doctors and everybody else. Last time we went, he called me to speak to his managers. Just the management team. That was a team of about 70. Down there where we had gone, a team of about 70. If you can have 70 managers, in any organizational structures, management is smaller than down there. If you can have 70 managers, it tells you how many people you employ. You saw yesterday he was celebrating this stuff and it was a big team in there. But while they were celebrating like that, all other facilities are still running. It tells you more staff are out there. Now this is a man who started as a teacher, teaching at Sarafina school there in Kamala. Then wrote his book, Exam Made Easy. Then started selling his book, working with what he has. And today that man owns hotels, resorts, schools, and many other things. Last time I was chatting with him because he told me to say, Daniel, hey, this guy who wants to sell me a resort, Crosspark. Those of you who go Leopards Hill, you know Crosspark. So Crosspark, the owner of Crosspark is Foster, an acquaintance of mine. And then I said, he said, Foster, that's a friend of mine. He says, yeah, how much are you buying it at? And you should go and see. I was going with my wife down on Friday, Leopards Hill. You should go and see what Crosspark is now as Twalumba 2 or 3. Started with what he has. Because there's always somebody who feels like, me, if they just give me 50,000, I can turn my life around. There's always somebody who feels that if they were paid a little bit more, they would do more. Like there's always somebody who feels, if my salary was just 7.5, I would shock you people. 7.5. Now he's at 5,000. Then if he feels 2.5, he can change his life. There's somebody who gets 11 who feels if it was just 12. I can turn my life around. I will tell you that your problem is not what they're paying you. Your problem is how you are looking at what they're paying you. So this guy asks her, what do you have? You will not build wealth from what you don't have. You will build wealth from what you have. Everybody started with what they have. I started with what I had, my education. And that's what I started with. Very easy. I put up a tuition center that was running in my own house. That's where I was teaching my students from. And that is what gave birth to the next thing, which was the pharmacy business, the pharmaceutical business. And that later on gave birth to the publishing business. Today we have interest here, we have interest in Zimbabwe, and we're expanding. All of this started with what we have. Started with what we have. Started with what we have. Today we train, on the consultant side, we train very big corporations. Very big corporations. Like my leader was sharing, we have trained institutions as big as the African Union. Now, we started by training people who could not pay us anything. Who after your training, they just go like, my leader, may God bless you. God bless you, my leader. Those are the people we started with. Right? They say, may God be with you. Like you came without the Lord. Now may the Lord be with you as you are going back. Those are the people we started with. Training free people for Mahala. But I'll tell you that when you begin with what you have, and you grow what you have, the Lord expands. Look, the Bible says, to he that is faithful in little will be given to be in charge of much. Now, if you ask these, my elder brothers that know me, okay? Doc there, Elder Sluchali here, my good friends that I was together here with at campus, my elder here. If you ask them, they will tell you that the seriousness with which I present, the depth, the clarity, and the passion did not begin today. I can see my good friends behind there. Those guys know me. as a student, right? If you ask them, she was my junior 2 or so years at Ridgeway. If you ask her to say, how was this guy at campus? Is this you? What I'm doing here? No. This is what we're doing with the same passion. Broke but passionate. Yes. Because it is when you are passionate and serious. I was chatting with my pastor and I was saying, my pastor, you know the good thing about Africa is that majority of people are jokers. So you don't even need to do much to be exceptional. I'll tell you, some of us look exceptional. It's because we are amongst the mediocre. Taken to where people are serious, we are the mediocre. I need to repeat that. There's some of you, my leader, you inspire me. Taken to a serious country like Nigeria, I look like a joke. That's why one day, there's a conference we're doing here in Mlungushi, and there's this guy from Nigeria. He was here. He runs a business here. Powerful guy. So he stood and started giving his CV of what he has studied. And he says he has got 3 degrees and he has got 2 masters. And people started, yeah. He says, shh, you are embarrassing me. Where I come from, they'll be shocked to say, why are they cheering that joker? Because in Nigeria, having 3 degrees and 2 master's degrees is nothing. It's a starter pack. There are guys there that have credentials. But I'll tell you, the more you come Africa this way, the more people are joking. When you descend Africa this way, the more people are joking. So here, somebody who is doing very simple things, say, my leader. I'll tell you, what we are doing is nothing if you moved to go and see what people are doing in these countries. Go to West Africa and see what the youths are doing there. Go to East Africa in Kenya and see what youths are doing there. It's Southern Africa. I don't know what the devil did around here, going down this side, where here people, I was joking with my pastor, but very seriously so, that right here, if we called a group of musicians here, 1 or 3, all these pews would be packed with other people peeping in the windows and in the doors there to come and entertain themselves in music and return back home to the same poverty they came with. I've even seen young people in this church who ask for money to attend a concert. But the same young people can't ask you money to attend an entrepreneurship seminar. I've seen young people who approach us to sponsor albums. And we have done this quite a lot, albums and concerts and all those. One time, we discussed with a friend of mine because he was annoyed. He sponsored a certain album. He reached at that album there, and when he was there at the concert, they gave him a time to speak. When he stood to speak, people started booing. Time. Not knowing that this is the guy who was paid for the venue. And these venues are not cheap. This Mulungushi you see here where we normally run our National Education Expo, booking that venue that we use is 156,000 kwacha. Now you pay that for somebody else, and then an event is happening, then people are saying, time. But he says, when the person who was the owner of the event paid for by this guy, when he goes, we need to change our mindset on what we give priority to. And I'll tell you, you take this very person. I have taken my life very personal. I don't care that I look different. When I tell people certain things I do which are crazy, people think like, oh, you are missing on life. No, I'm not missing on life. I'll give you an example. My entertainment budget looks this small. It's very, very small. There is no DSTV in it. There is no TV in it. There is no the normal things that everybody else does in my entertainment thing. And people think, it's boring. But because I don't watch TV and spend so much time on entertainment, I'm able to fly my family out of this country over and over again. What do you choose from your husband? Buying a bouquet to watch TV or flying out of this country? But those who have done economics will tell you something. It is called opportunity cost. It means for everything you choose, there is something you forgo.
When you sit for 8 hours watching a series, you should know there's something you are foregoing. And when I choose to forego entertainment, there is what I have gained by not being entertained. Make it personal. Don't be afraid of looking very different. At a very young age, those of you that are beginning your careers, I'll tell you, don't make the mistakes we made. For me, when I started my job, the first thing is I wanted to show people that I have money. So I went and bought a BMW. And some of these, my elder brothers here would know, I had a white BMW that I used to drive. Even here I used to come. And I park there. Now you know you're coming from, you park and there's a trick. You don't park and lock. No. You walk 5 steps, then you go like, pui, pui. And to me, I was happening. Until one day I had a Damascus experience. And I'll tell you this Damascus experience. I am driving this same BMW. And I'll tell you, many times I was driving this car thing on E. No money for fuel. You see, it's not every car you can afford to buy that you should buy. The fact that you can afford to buy it does not mean you can afford to maintain it. So the car was ever on E and ever we're going to see the mechanic. Now, here's the thing. I'm driving in front of State House. Then fuel ran out. So now, I'm right there in front of State House. Then those guys came. What's happening? I said, I think, they said, what's going on? Say, my leader, fuel. They said, you need to move this car now. You can't be in front of State House. So do whatever you are doing. We're giving you 15 minutes. We shouldn't find this guy here. That's how I started calling my friends. Mana, I'm here. Please come. So one of my friends came with like 5 liters of fuel. A situation that should never happen to a normal human being. Yeah. With the 5 liters. Arrived there. So now we are pouring into that cafe. While we are pouring in that cafe, I saw a BMW X5. Now, that time, X5 was top of the range. I'm cruising. And you see, the sad story is that car which troubled me so much, I even bought it on a loan. Yeah, it was a loan car. Which is another... Because a car should never be bought using a loan. You're trying to buy something you can't afford. So I was there. So this guy comes and we're pouring. Then this guy with the X5 came. Wow! Stopped, rolled down his tinted window. And I was sure he's helping now. Then he looks, he says, you are an embarrassment to the BMW fraternity. I said to my brother, what have I done? He says, where on earth have you ever seen a BMW being refueled on the road like that? You should be buying cars you can afford. We joked about it with my friend that it's not normal. But we are the ones who are not normal. So, after that, I drove. That was a Damascus experience. That day I drove home, my head was spinning. You should be buying cars you can afford. You are an embarrassment to the BMW fraternity. And what? I reached that night, I didn't sleep very well. The next day in the morning, I woke up. I told my young brothers, I said, I'm selling the BMW. Said, you are joking. Can you sell the BMW the way you love that car? I said, I am selling the BMW. And because I don't want even to, I'm a radical guy. When I make decisions that I know will benefit me, I also do certain things that make sure I can't reverse the decision. I'll give you an example. I had a friend who had a bad relationship with a girlfriend. And I told him, you break up with this girl. He didn't listen. Later on one day he came, he told me, no, we have broken up. I was like, it's good for you. Because the girl was clearly a bad girl. If he was going to marry this girl, I told him, if you're going to marry this girl, you divorce. So they break up. He calls me at 23. We are finally broken up. I said, good news. Then I meet him the next day, in the morning, around 8 hours, they are moving with the girl holding hands. So I asked him, what happened? He says, in the night, she called me and she was just crying on the phone. So I told her, okay, I forgive you. Now I'll tell you, one time I'm dating this young lady. When I came to a conclusion that, this one is not right, I broke up with her. When I break up immediately, I call my father, my mother, my brothers to say, we are done with that person. Why? And give reasons why. So that if I come back by emotions to her, the family will say, we can't accept that. Because some of you failing to put in things that stop you from reversing bad decisions, you always get back to bad decisions. So I told them, this car has kept me in poverty. So what we are going to do, I'm selling it today. They were joking. I got pictures immediately and posted it on Facebook. BMW for sale, 18,500 kwacha. And everybody was thinking it was a prank. So people were, this is a prank. One guy called me, is this a prank? I said, it's not a prank. Said, let's meet. We met by that hospital opposite Evelyn Horn. I delivered my problems to him. I got the money. I went. That money which I used to sell the BMW is the money that started my first consulting business. It's the money I used to go and rent and pay rent in advance for our first office space. And we went into business. What I know is that the next time I went to buy a car, I went to buy a car for cash with my girlfriend. She was carrying the money in the bag. We went and said, here's the money, give us, because we could afford now. But if I continued masquerading with that BMW like I'm happening, here's the thing. Don't have the form of wealth, but denying the power thereof. Now, let's pause here for now. Let's pause here for now. My leader, over to you.
Yeah. We are appreciating, eh? Amen. So this was the intro part. We want to make sure that we connect. Why are we talking about entrepreneurship and why is it important? How is it linked to the biblical principles? At Brock, spirituality is not accepted. Eh? That's the word for the day. We are learning. Yeah. It's not humility to be broke. Right. So we will, in the interest of time, our program was that we will break a bit for some tea and snacks. But can we save water and then do the snacks after? Is that okay? Yeah. All right. So I will invite my leader, Brother Milimo, to give us 2 songs in this space. And then Dr. Kawani will continue with the presentation. Now we'll go into the crux of it. Since the biblical foundation has been laid, the linkages are here. So how do we now move from ideation to actual implementation? That will be the next focus. Please write down your questions if you have any. We'll be having a Q&A session at a later point. And then, we don't want to be selfish. There are some people that could not make it physically. So we've made this presentation live. It's being beamed on our social media platforms, University Seventh-day Church, Facebook page, YouTube. So please put it on your status, share it with someone who you know can benefit. Although they are constrained physically, they cannot be constrained with bundles. Eh? Yeah. So over to you, my leader.
Want the ground, but they won't pay the cost. But it takes your everything to serve my Lord. Some want bright mansions, but they won't pay the cost. But it takes your everything to serve my Lord. It takes your hands and your head and your heart, yes, your all. It takes a full surrender to serve my Lord. It takes your time and your means and your presence lest you fall. It takes your everything, child, to serve my Lord. be seen, but they don't want to be clean. But it takes your everything to serve my Lord. They bear his name while they still live in shame. But it takes your everything to serve my Lord. It takes your hands and your head and your heart, yes, your all. It takes a full surrender to serve my Lord. It takes your time and your means and your prayers, lest you fall. It takes your everything, child, to serve my Lord. All the way my Savior leads me, what have I to ask beside? Can I doubt his tender mercy, who through life has been my guide? Heavenly peace, divinest comfort, here by faith in him to dwell. For I know whatever before me, Jesus doeth all things well. For I know whatever before me, Jesus doeth all things well. All the way my Savior leads me, cheers each winding path I tread, gives me grace for every trial, feeds me with the living bread. Though my weary steps may falter, and my soul athirst may be, gushing from the rock before me, Lord, a spring of joy I see, gushing from the rock before me, Lord, a spring of joy I see. All the way my Savior leads me, all the fullness of his love, perfect rest to me is promised in my Father's house above. When I wake to life immortal, wing my flight to rims of day, this my song to endless ages. Jesus led me all the way. This my song to endless ages. Jesus led me all the way.
May God bless you. You are singing very, very well. That's good quality music, and may God bless you. So let's quickly run, and I wish and I hope we can finish what we have to do. I want us to wind on where we were to say, please, don't spend time admiring what other people have. Work with what you have. What you have is enough for you to begin. Some of us are waiting for a lot of money. I told you, I started with what I had. Some of you, it's your, look, me, I started with my problem. My problem was the BMW. The problem gave birth to a business. And there are some of you that need to go and sell funny things, because some of you have those funny fridges with a mirror, but broke at the same time. But every day you come and check yourself in the mirror, on the fridge. Inside the fridge, you are refrigerating. What is there? Water in Mazoe containers. Then you're saying, no, if I had a 50,000, go and sell the fridge. Go and sell. Some of you, your life will change the day you sell your TV. That I can tell you. I don't know why people are so convinced that they can't live with certain things. It's shocking to me, literally. I should have been more interested in TV, because I'm on TV literally almost every other day. Interviews this side. But I don't even watch those interviews myself. Some of you, it's their phones, carrying very expensive phones, but broke at the same time. You can't push a 15,000 kwacha in a phone so that you'll be getting selfies of yourself. That I have failed to understand. Especially for a man. Maybe a woman I would understand. But a man, 32-year-old, with a big phone for selfies. And you know, when we say these things, you see, especially that this is being shared on Facebook, there will be somebody, you can't tell us how to use our money. Well, I'm not telling you how to use your money. I'm just trying to advise you. You will suffer the consequences alone. I'll tell you, my staff use expensive phones than me. I've given out one of the phones. There's somebody, it's my leader here who is having this phone, right? That's not my phone. You might be impressed because I'm sure you have seen it. That's about a 17,500 kwacha phone. That phone is not mine. It is for my staff. Me, I use a very simple phone with a cracked screen. But my media team, those are the phones they are using. It's iPhone 15 and above. And what is that other one? I got to know that there's the other one. What is it called? That another brand away from iPhone. Google Pixel. They also have that at Google Pixel, whatever numbers. May I just ask them, what do you need to produce proper videos of what we do? They said, we need this one and this one and this one. Went and bought. This is an asset to us. It's not a liability. It has already generated more money than the money I spent on it. When you hear that we bought it for a 17.5, you'll be like, oh, 17.5 on a phone. I'll tell you, this phone has already generated way more than what we bought it for. But the phone, for me to be moving around within the pocket like this, 17.5 in a pocket, that's not wisdom. In my pocket, what sits there is very simple. Very, very simple. If you see it, sometimes even me, I'm embarrassed of myself to say, but really be serious. That's the phone. What I'm saying is, if you will really change your life, you must change how you are thinking. If you are thinking linear like every other person, your life will turn out like every other person. You can't hope to be different and yet you are behaving like the masses. You can't hope to have a different life. And especially in your 0 to 40 years. In your 0 to 40 years, make as many sacrifices as you can. Make as many sacrifices as you can. So that later on, you have a proper life. Make as many sacrifices as you can, so that later on you can have. I will tell you, I made many sacrifices. At some point, those of you who follow me closely, you would know that at some point I told you I used to stay at my office and I just demarcated it. This side was my house, this side was the office. And people would come and ask him, where do you stay? I would say, I stay very near. It's quite close to the office. It's very near our office. Even when I married, my wife and I were staying at our office. Now let me tell you, we were not broke. For what matters we could spend. You realize that a guy, I took my wife, we went for a 1-month honeymoon abroad. If I could do that, then I'm not a broke guy. I was staying at the office by choice. But we made those sacrifices, and I thank God that I married a non-materialistic woman, a visionary woman who can see the future ahead. Because in the same time, by the way, when we started building our businesses, I was doing so with my wife. The time we had 1 pharmacy and 1 office, I was running the office, my wife was running the pharmacy. When we opened the second pharmacy, then now we had to find somebody in Jack, somebody in Challenge to man the other office, and things went on like that. But when we started, my wife was running our pharmacy in Jack, I was running the office in Challenge, where we started from. And that time, she was not my wife, she was my girlfriend. If you are young here, you can't have a girlfriend who only knows places of expenditure. 0 investments. She knows every pizza joint, every Hungry Lion, every... No, Nando's. Me, I love Nando's. Lemon and herb. Those are the things she knows. Lemon and herb, whatever and herb. Until you find yourself eating herbs. You need... Your 0 to 40 years is where you make it or you break it. Please don't try to make a statement and show like you have money. I watch young people making the same mistakes. Because even these days, I was telling you, so one day I came here to Unza Church and I saw one young man who used to greet me with a lot of respect. But this time around, he was driving a little big car and he's married with a young lady. So when I'm coming in, he's coming out, he's like, my leader, you right? You okay? Cheers, man. I said, cheers, man. I said, I know where this young man is. He is where I was 15 years ago. But he's mistaking himself to think he's at the same level with me now because he's making the mistakes I was making 15 years ago of driving a luxury car he can't afford. And when he sees me in this simple car, he says, now we have bypassed him. He does not know my asset portfolio. You understand the thinking I want you to have? Don't measure yourself by expenditure. Those things of praising yourself by how many liters the car is. 3.7 liters. That's the language of the poor. You measure yourself by how much rent you are paying. That my leader, this house, it's 15,000 kwacha per month. The wise are using that to develop some place in Mungule, in Snoma, along Mungui Road, in all of those places. Your thinking must drastically change if you are going to build wealth. You must get to a point where no one else's opinion matters but your vision and purpose. And you have to save hard and invest hard in your early years if anything will change. You will prove later on that you can afford certain things. For now, if you are 40 and below, don't try to prove. Invest. When you have invested the things that used to look expensive, then you will afford them. I'll tell you that 2 people can buy the same car. Both of them afford to buy it, but only one affords to maintain. Right? Now let's get to the technical part of what I wanted to run you through. I think if that does not inspire you to change how you look at things, then it may be a challenge. But let's get to something else I want us to look at. Now this is why we need to be buying expensive things, because this laptop has frozen. You see now the disadvantage. Now I understand why people have Mac. It's MacBook. That one with the half apple here. Please, one of you should buy for me and say, man of God, as you are moving around in these places, stop embarrassing us. Okay, but there's backup. So I want us to look at very quickly. Elder, let me know how much time you are giving me so that I know how I will dissect my presentation.
Awesome. It's there. This is what they call levels. Why didn't you tell me the first time out? You are making me to look like I've just arrived from Sinazongwe. Now, here's the thing. Pastor, I'm not from Sinazongwe. I'm from Senanga. There people are... Okay, so this is what I want us to do. I wanted to run you through a framework, but I think we may not be able to cover much of it. Look at this one. Here's the thing. Business ideas that you can run with. How you build wealth. Number one, I'll give you what I call the 8R framework of wealth creation. Then I'll quickly go to how you develop a business. So I will run because we don't have time. Number one is you begin with what we call REITs, which is active income or earned income. Wealth can be created, business can run when you can earn. Please, whatsoever you do with your life, find yourself earning. Earning means you do something and they pay you and money comes in. Whatsoever you are going to do with your life, find yourself earning. These are the stages of life. Somebody who is not earning is at 0 stage of wealth creation. You can't make wealth when you are not earning anything. It's impossible. It will be called miracle money or anything else. But you can't make wealth when you are earning 0, here at 0. So when you are not earning, when there is no money that comes, like money to come to you is a game of luck, chance, or a blessing, you are at 0. But if you have predictable income that you know it will come at month end because I am paid, then you have moved from 0. You are on step 1 towards wealth creation. Any one of you that has a job, praise God, you are 1 step towards wealth creation. Any one of you that has a job, you praise God, you are 1 step towards wealth creation. Please, let not the devil or any other person tempt you to quit your job. Hallelujah. It is the quickest way to end in poverty. If you are here where you are not earning, don't come to step 1 where you are earning. Then again you go to 0. And we ask you, you say, no, we have gone to become entrepreneurs. That's not how you become entrepreneurs. I will tell you, entrepreneurship has destroyed many lives. Entrepreneurship has ended marriages. We deal with this on a daily basis. You will see where entrepreneurship comes in. So the first thing is you are at 0. The next level is earn. Now, you are not going to earn until you have a skill or a qualification, but more especially a skill, because the job market is looking for skills. So if you are currently at 0 and you want to begin earning, the next step you should do is to do what? Acquire a qualification or a skill. But I'll emphasize skill more because employers now are no longer impressed by qualifications. We know that a lot of qualifications now are a scam. And you can no longer scam us with a degree. No, you can't. We know that there are people with degrees in accounts who can't do anything that is related to accounts. We have seen many people with a degree in marketing who can't market even to their own relatives. Even an interview. How can you studied marketing and you fail an interview? So you have failed to market yourself. If you can't market yourself, what can you market? We've seen people with degrees in sales 1 month, and that's why. How do we know? Because normally sales are very easy to catch. You put them on a little basic pay and a big commission. You hear. Once you hear somebody who says, no, if we can increase my basic too, then you know this one can't sell. So what they want is a guaranteed basic. But the guy who sells wants bigger commission because he knows there he'll make money that has no ceiling. So now employers know that you can be scammed by qualifications. So please get a skill. I'll emphasize again, very radical things. And really, I care less how you're going to take them because they will help you if you're going to take them. You go and add skills to your skill set. Your skill set will determine how poor or how wealthy you are going to be. Many people are qualified with zero skill. What is a skill? It is an acquired ability to do something of value that people are willing to pay for. If I asked you, how many things can you do that people can pay for? How many things can you do that people can pay for? One of the skills I have is training people the way I train you here. But now I'm coupled that with knowledge. And I train organizations. And they pay for that. It is not cheap. No, it is not. We'll be doing a strategy training for one of the big institutions in Harare. I'll be leaving on the 29th. Those guys will fly me to there, fly me back, accommodate me in a hotel and pay me. You think that's cheap? But why are they paying for that? There is an expert skill that I have, which maybe an average person does not have. My question is, and that's why I really wish I had the luxury to be sitting, entertaining myself. I look at people, zero skill, average qualifications, seated, watching for 8 hours. Even the devil is shocked. Says, this one, just leave him alone. Let's not waste the demons on him. Let's look for other people. This one is destroying himself. And I'll tell you, an average Zambian youth has got mediocre skills and mediocre qualifications. You ask people like my pastor here who have had the privilege of moving and interacting with youths from other blocks like East Africa. Go ahead and see. If I ask, let's do a skills audit here very quickly. How many of you in this audience can develop an app from scratch to the end? Lift your hand. How many hands do you see? How many hands? 1. How many in here can develop a website from scratch to the end? How many hands do you see? 3. How many here can code? Coding. How many hands? 4. If I asked in here, how many of you here can do digital marketing? Not just throwing things on Facebook. Because I might just ask you to show me where you are marketing. How many can do digital marketing here? Do you see how many hands? And I'm just running you through digital skills now, which are what companies and institutions are looking for. Okay, let's go to agriculture. How many of us here can do horticulture? The first thing I should explain the way they horticulture, isn't it? Yeah. You can see. If I went to, how many here can do artificial insemination for animals? So in agriculture, you are not there. In technology, you are not there. Let's go. Where are we going? Accounts. We go to accounts. Let's begin with a basic thing like Excel. Employed one guy. No, I know how to use Excel. Open Excel. She went to Google and typed Excel. Yeah. Opened. Then he clicked there. The cursor, just when I saw the cursor was moving like a clock, I said, here we have a problem. Then I said, you said you did Excel and you're an accountant. Well, no, we used to do Excel. Where? At Evelyn Horn. How? The teacher used to draw it on the board. Now, if I asked here, every one of us knows Excel. But if I asked, can you manipulate formulas in Excel? If I told you to create a formula that can show the profitability of a business in Excel, can you do that? Because your basic Excel of opening Excel and putting numbers, then it equals at the end. That thing can't take you anywhere. That's what everybody is doing. That's what everybody can do. That thing of, no, I can make PowerPoint. Who can't make PowerPoint? But the question is, can you now use artificial intelligence to make a proper PowerPoint? In minutes. If not seconds. So please, be serious with your life and go and get some reasonable, profitable skills that the world is willing to pay for. I can tell you why they pay you what they pay you. It's a reflection of your value. One person was asked, so how much do they pay you? No, they just pay me 5,000. That's all they're paying. Said no. Said that's all they're paying me. Because in the same institution, there's a guy who is being paid more. Why? He has a higher skill set. So from here, you move to the next level, earn. From here, if you are not earning, go and get a skill, go and get a qualification. You will even see how your life immediately begins to change. Go for the hard skills that everybody is running from. If we had time, we'd zero in on skills so that we look at soft skills, we look at hard skills, we look at technical skills, we look at intellectual skills. Go and look at these things and become. The Bible says in Proverbs 22:29, have you seen a man skilled in his work? Such a man who stand before kings and not before common men. It's a skilled person. What took Joseph to the palace? Skill. Daniel to the palace? Skill. David to the palace? Skill. All of these guys were more skilled than their peers. You must be 10 times more skilled than your peers if you have a life that is not average. I will tell you that. You may agree with it, you may not agree with it, but I will tell you that no, I have quite a huge set of skills above my peers. I'm here teaching you business. I'm a pharmacist. How is a pharmacist teaching you these things? Shows you that I've decided, but there's one guy who is stuck with just pharmacy skills. There's another person, because what I've seen, the distraction that education does in Africa is immediately they say, you're an economist. That this man's life is arrested. He's doomed. Because now everything is thinking about is, there are no jobs for economists. We are waiting. The government is only employing teachers and whatever. He's only thinking economics, job economics, everything economics. Add skills to whatever you have studied. Some of you need to learn some agricultural skills. Some of you need to learn some digital skills, some mechanics or anything like that. So that is the first level. And by the way, just to know that in the wealth ladder, skills and where you are getting rates, it's actually the lowest level where you're going to get the lowest amount of money. Because you are exchanging your time for money. But at least do that. Once you'd have done that, then move to what we call leveraged income. Leveraged income, area number 2, royalties. That means income from intellectual property. Some of you here learn how to make income out of intellectual property. This goes to books, online courses, software. I was telling you about software here. I know a number of young Zambians that have developed softwares and their poverty has ended. Recently, I was running in an election, not this one for the government, professional election. And you see, my IT team that were monitoring, because it was an online election, who were monitoring to ensure that nothing is happening there. That young man who was running that is a young man who dropped in second year. Second year he dropped. But the skills he has, I've not seen from people who claim no, have a degree in computer science. But the science we can't see. This young man dropped in second year, but what he does, he will leave you shocked. I know these things. At what point my manager was holding a master's in robotics and artificial intelligence. And I've met young people who are claiming, no, degree, computer science. Oh, computer scientist, are you able to do a website? No, us as computer scientists, what we focus on, websites are for, you want to sound very technical. This is what I've seen. Engineers who are doing nothing. When you say, are you able to weld? No, welding is for artisans. What do you call them? Artisans, Artisan. Us as engineers, what we look at is the forces, how they are balancing in the... How much have they paid you so far for the forces, you understand? Mr. Economist, accountant, no, that is for accounts clerk. Please, this idea of moving around and thinking you are too big for things and yet there's nothing happening in your life, get it out of your head. There's a time people used to find me carrying boxes of papers. Okay, boxes of papers in what is this place? In town. Some of them thought I was a scam. Like, this guy says he's a graduate. He's here lifting papers. One of the things you need to get out of your way if you are going to make some money or some wealth is embarrassment. You can't want to look too good and be a businessman. It doesn't work, especially when you are beginning. You can't be an entrepreneur at the same time your shoes are white sneakers. It doesn't work. When you are beginning, it is you to work in. So you need to Good. We have this here. Now we can run through. Okay, so we are here. So intellectual property, that's the other R there. I said, this is where you do something once and you continue to get an income. Please, some of you, especially those of you who are still young, who can learn technology, go and learn how to make some applications. People are making money out of that. My young brother-in-law, with that young man I told you, who dropped in second year, some of you even are using their application to manage your accounts. They developed an app for SMEs to manage accounts. Every SME pays, I don't know whether it is a 2,000 kwacha per month to utilize that. And people judge that it's better to get an app for 2,000 than employ an accountant who will be coming with stories. No, yesterday my son swallowed a spoon, I couldn't come, and all of those things. So we get a software, 2,000, we are saving, because if we get an accountant here, he's going to say, no, leave days, gratuity, whatever. And young people are using. So now, you have just 10 companies, 10 SMEs using the app at 2,000 kwacha is how much at the end of the month? 20,000. 100 companies using that app at 2,000 is how much? This is how young people are coming out of poverty. But that young man, I'll tell you again, opportunity cost. While others were singing or doing whatever things they were doing or watching whatever they were watching, he was teaching himself coding. And today he's out of poverty. On his app, the most recent, he was called to Germany. He was called to Brazil. Then recently, he was called to Germany to go and make a presentation to a team of investors that want to invest in his software. Some of you must write books. You know so much. Why you have not written? Even heaven is shocked. And you are reading books from America of people that have a quarter of your knowledge and qualifications. What are you waiting for? If you have a degree going up, you are qualified enough to write something that people should read. Go and write a book in your field. Some of you don't need the degree. You write from your experience. What you have experienced in life, you write and let that book sell. I sell my books. They sell. I've even come with a few of them here. They sell here, they sell across this region, they are on Amazon. Even while I'm speaking to you now, I might go and check my Amazon account and find that somebody from Brazil, somebody from the US has bought. Write books, those of you that can write. There are many people. I told you, Dr. Siatwambo started with a book. Elder Mushalika, books. And many other people that we might actually know. Then, rental is a way of making money. Rental and rental income. Now, let me emphasize more on this one. Please, whenever you hear rent, don't think of a house. Because that's why when I say rent, you're like, now how will we find money to build a house? No. That is simply, you can lease out assets. Some of you, those of you that have money, build houses and rent them out. Build offices, rent them out. We are beginning with those who have money, right? Then let's come to the second class. Those that have a bit of money, please go and buy things that can be rented out. Equipment that can be rented out. Like PA system. Poverty is a choice. PA system. Yeah. Because I've visited people who have nothing. But I've seen those TVs, that one TV, those one that cave like a sea. One TV costs how much? It's about 30,000. 30,000, I've seen that. But I can tell you that, yes, there are big PAs, but you can begin with a basic PA system. If you just know somebody who can get it for you from China in a 30,000 and you are out of poverty. Every time we run events, we book these PA systems. The cheapest PA system that we have ever booked, we're paying for it 7,500 kwacha for 3 hours. I have got friends that are in this thing for PA system. These guys are booked twice per weekend. Saturday by a church, and Sunday by some function. That's 7,575, that's a 15,000. Multiplied by 4, that's a 60,000 kwacha. Is it my mathematics? I don't know. But it's a 60,000 kwacha at the end of the month, which does not require you to be there because it is leveraged income. Then you can do other things. This is how people are coming out of poverty. When you are busy saving to buy that Vitz so that you are driving around to look like you are doing something, get that money and begin by investing it in assets you can lease out and make money. Now I'll show you things you can rent. You can rent a PA system. You can rent equipment. You have heard of something called a compactor? Anybody in here who is building and has used the proper builders, they use a compactor. When you are using quacks, they go like D, 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 D. But when you are using the qualified people, they use a compactor. That compactor is hired at 2,000 kwacha per hour. You know how much the compactor costs? If it is new, it is about 70,000. But a second hand can be gotten at 20,000 to 25,000. And once you get it, you put it by the roadside and say, compactor for hire. You don't need to be there. Go and put it near Shantumbu. Go and put it near Mungwi Road. People will hire it to compact and money is coming in your thing. It's leveraged income. You are renting out equipment. Go and buy a utility car, not a luxury car. I'm seeing that canter there. That's an asset. Probably of all the cars parked here, that might be. I'm saying might because even the luxury cars, you can use them as assets if you are thinking a certain way. But that might be the only asset that is seated here. By the way, even when you want to borrow money, those of you who have been in business would know that they will not borrow you money on these luxury cars. They will borrow you money on that because they know that's an asset. Go and buy a utility car. Come with a canter to Unza SDA Church on Sabbath. Leave the blind to think that, come in a canter with your wife also. It's an asset. 5 years later, you will buy the luxury car, not on loan, because you can afford it. Utensils. You can rent utensils. Utensils are kitchenware and things like that. Let me tell you, every function that you see, those chefing dishes there are for rent. My wife is in this business, and I know what is happening there. They are for rent. You rent them out. And we used to rent out ours very cheap. Until one day we met a certain woman in that China shop by that roundabout Munari. So she's chatting with my wife. It's like, inspire me. So they started talking because they do the same business. And they're like, how you rent yours at how much? My wife was like, I rent one at 50 kwacha. And that's what we had been doing, thinking it's the what? That woman is in a different market. She says, I rent mine one at 1,800. So, that's a scam. That's a scam. Says, no, it just matters who you are renting to. She says, me, I just go for high-profile events. Because if you go to a minister and you want to rent him things for 50 kwacha, you look suspicious. You buy those things. People are renting out chairs. They are called Tiffany chairs and garden chairs. Those things, one Tiffany chair is 15 kwacha. One rented for 3 hours, brought back. You are doing nothing. You use your money, you buy those, put them in a storeroom, even behind your house. Put a Facebook page and say, chairs for rent. Every person doing a chilangamulilo, kitchen party and all that, they rent those chairs and pay for them. Go into renting clothes. Now clothes are being rented. Don't be impressed with this suit. It might be for rent. But I'll tell you, I have seen people. So one time I just saw that, the groom was just doing dance. I said, no, that one is a righteous man. Then I was told, no, ni suit yare rent. He can it. When you go right now, there are people who have put up shops where they are renting wedding dresses. They are renting suits. They are renting. People now, they know, why get a wedding dress? Buy one, which you just use for one day. So those who are thinking investments, they will rent a wedding dress, return it, and move on. You understand? So these are things you can do. Buy a few suits, buy a few wedding dresses, put them on rent. Let people rent. People can rent land. Yeah, for farming. If you have some dormant land somewhere, put that land on rent. That thing of saying, no, this land, my father left it for us because when my father died. But what have you done so far with the land other than claiming it's your father? Put the land on rent. Get some money from there. That is rental. So what you can rent, you know that these things, what we are projecting there, projectors are rented out. Go and try and do an event, look for a projector. You're going to realize here in Lusaka, projectors are for rent, PA system for rent, everything, even computers for rent. You use them, you return. Cars for rent. Those of you who have cars, if you have now, let me speak to those who have luxury cars. If you have a luxury car, put that car also on rent. Use it when you need to use it, but rent it. Sometimes you look at people who are driving Range Rovers and think they're wasting money. No, I have a friend of mine who owns a Range Rover. That Range Rover, he drives it, but every weekend it's driving somebody who wants to look cool on a wedding. You know, wedding, it's nice to be in a Range Rover. Meanwhile, you and us, we all know it's not yours, but you're inside there like with your wife. You know how much they pay him? It's 5,000 kwacha for 3 hours at the wedding. That's how much a Range Rover costs when it is on rent. So if you can buy a luxury car, but not for burning fuel, for making money. So some of the guys you see in these expensive Mercedes-Benz, they drive them, but the Mercedes-Benz are also making money. Please, let not your car just burn. On top there now it looks like it has, it is undergoing a lot of things because it sits in the rain and in the sunshine. Why? You drive to work, you park it there, collect it at 17 hours. The whole time it is sunbasking, doing nothing. It is called depreciation. That car is approaching zero. What you do is you go with your car and there's a guy who drives you. You reach work, he drops you. After that, he goes with the car doing yango or anything else. 17 hours he picks you. That car has turned from a liability to an asset. That makes sense? Yeah. Then rights and control. Rights and control is what we call control and licenses. Please, now listen to this one. You can make money by having exclusive rights to certain things. A good example is what is called distribution. So go and find a manufacturer, preferably outside Zambia, South Africa, China, India. Then somebody says, how can I go to South Africa? The same way you normally go to Kaputa. You know why I'm saying this? An average Zambian has not been anywhere. Right here, if I asked how many of you have passports here, would be shocked. I'm allowing you to reflect on your life. If we said, how many here have passports? You're going to realize very few people here have passports. We have got no dreams of going anywhere. To the extent that, we move a lot, so sometimes we carry our stuff. And I see the excitement that some of them have. One time, carried this young lady, team of them, and we're going to Riverside, because Riverside is one of our clients. So there's something we do for them on a monthly basis. So I carry part of my team. So this one was excited, and I saw taking videos, content creation. I said, what videos of Kafiwe and Chilanga? Says, Doc, I've never been to Chilanga. Said, I've never been to Kafiwe. Says, I was born in Lusaka. I have never gone anywhere outside Lusaka. Now, why am I telling you this? Your friends across borders here. A very good example I would want to give you in this region are our friends from Zimbabwe. Those guys are aggressive. Go and see what they do. An average Zimbabwean has been to a minimum of 3 countries. They have been to South Africa, they have been to Zambia. Whenever you meet them, have you been to? They say, yeah, I come to Lusaka, I came, whatever. No, Mozambique, I go, Malawi, I go. They move looking for opportunities. Please, that idea of believing that in Malawi, they cut heads, in Congo, there's war, in South Africa, it's xenophobia, because the information we have as Zambians about other countries is scary information. So in the end, we go nowhere. I'm saying, one of these days, go to Intercity. A ticket from here to Johannesburg, reaching Johannesburg, is less than a 2,000 kwacha. It's a 1,000 something, 200 or anything like that. A ticket from here to Walvis Bay is Namibia. It is a 1,200. A ticket from here to Malawi, Lilongwe, is 700 kwacha. From here to Dar es Salaam, 1,500, somewhere around there. Why haven't you been there? No, I don't know anyone there. Start off. Go and look for opportunities. Opportunities go to the brave. So I'm saying distribution. You go to a country like South Africa, find a manufacturer of something. But if you are very afraid, these days you don't have to physically go there. Search for them on the internet. Find them. Tell them, I've seen what you manufacture. There's a good market in Zambia. I want to be your exclusive distributor here. I can sell your products here. This is my projection. I can sell this number of units in whatever. Give me exclusive rights. They will give you exclusive rights. Anyone who need that from here in Zambia can only get it from you. That is the quickest, easiest way to make money. You have monopoly over the market. Now let me tell you, there are so many people that you call entrepreneurs in Zambia who are only doing that. And I'll tell you, because we do that. If you go into pharmaceuticals, under Kavani Pharmaceuticals, we have what is called marketing authorization of some of the products you use here in Zambia. You can't get them anywhere else. They'll tell you, go and see Kavani Pharmaceuticals. For those of you who are in health and whatever, go and put up a wholesale pharmacy. A wholesale pharmacy doesn't need to have things in there. No, it doesn't. Just a building, right, wholesale. Healing you for the future, wholesale. Right there. Then, from there, go to the Mwenyes, Karibu, and others. Buy things cheaply there. And don't even buy. Go and find a customer. Because these institutions don't... It's business when it's low, where people want to see, where is the drug? Where is the medicine? No, up there, nobody. There, it says hospital ordering. They just send you a purchase order. You get that, and then you go to Karibu, collect the medicine, send for them. They pay you. You take the money to Karibu, you keep what is yours. It's as simple as that. It's happening here in Zambia. But then if you want to be a little bit advanced, reach out to the Indians, reach out to Egypt, reach out to Tanzania. There are manufacturers there, pharmaceutical manufacturers who want to come here. Then get one product. Check what is being drunk a lot by Zambians. Eh? There are medicines that are fast moving. Then sign a marketing authorization. It's exclusive right. It means it's only you that can bring that on the Zambian market. You are going to make money. Some of you that are savvy with digital things, please go into setting up event rights. That's where you set up an event in you. For example, you have seen we run the National Education Expo. That thing impacts life, but I need you to understand that that thing also has a business concept behind it. If that thing was useless, there is no way that big guys like Yash is the biggest pharmaceutical manufacturers in Zambia. They are our partners there. They're actually our top partner, number one. And every year they give us quite substantial money on that thing. There's no way that all those big, Mikango, Golfview is our partner on that. Apex, all these universities, top universities. What should you do? If you can, go and begin an event that you continue to grow. Attention is currency. I said attention is currency. If you can have people in one place, there are people that are always just looking for people who are in one place. They are called sponsors. MTN, Airtel, banks. They'll give you money for ability to bring people in one place. Those people can be brought physically or they can be brought digitally. Digitally means go and create a page. Begin creating content. And content doesn't have to be funny. I have over 130,000 followers. I don't post jokes. So some of you are saying, but now what will I be doing? Because me, I'm not funny. No, we don't need you to be funny. Go and begin teaching us about economics. Everyone wants to learn about economics. Go and begin teaching us how to cook. That's what Lulu Hangala has done. Every time she comes good looking there. See how many people are following her. Today she's called a brand ambassador of big brands like MTN. You need to go and check how much those guys pay per month. I'll tell you, they don't pay less than 150,000 kwacha. The same Facebook where you are just arguing with another person. People are making money. So go ahead and change your concept. My leader, I think I'm way above my time. Can I get 5 minutes to wind this? 5 minutes, okay. So please, I'll send you this presentation, the whole of it. I'll give it to my leader, then you distribute, right? So I know some of the things you may not see them. But that's about that. If you can build a following, and I'll talk about it a bit later as I'm winding, then Revolution is where you come up with new ideas, eh? Yes, new ideas, something that may not have been done yet. And new ideas don't always have to be very new. Sometimes they're just as new as improving a process that is already there. Sometimes improving delivery. Sometimes just shortening the time in which something is done. But please, in business, don't hesitate to copy. You were taught not to copy in school. It was bad advice. Of course, it was good advice. Don't copy. But in business, you don't have to reinvent the wheel. See what is there, copy, modulate, and improve. That's how business works. That's how business works. So don't go and you seated. I'm looking for business idea and the head is aching. Why are you doing that? Go outside and see the businesses that are working. Copy one, improve it. That's how business goes. That makes sense? Yes. Then replication. Those of you that are already doing business, you build wealth by replication. Please, you can never build wealth from one pottery. You can't build wealth from one restaurant. You can't build wealth from one restaurant, from one barbershop. If one barbershop has worked, please go on to put another barbershop. Okay? That's how, you know that ShopRite, the owner of ShopRite, the owner of Hungry Lion is the son to the owner of ShopRite. You see how other families are doing, eh? One guy just got fed up with his family. He said, I'm told the world is 6,000 years old. These people in my family for 6,000 years, what were they doing? You understand what he was asking? He's saying, others, the whole family, 6,000 years later, they have ShopRite. Another family, 6,000 years later, they have him. He says, now I'm under pressure because the people before me didn't do much. We don't want that. I am saying, replicate. Whatever has worked, build another thing. When you do that, you are also diversifying and reducing your risk. Why? In business, there's always a former entrepreneur. There's always a former rich person. And some of the people who are former rich, former wealth, former entrepreneur, it's because they had all their eggs in one basket. I told you we have now moved into the Zimbabwe market. That's why some of you wonder why I frequent Zimbabwe quite a lot. There's a lot we are doing there. Because I know that Zambians have a spirit of witchcraft where they can agree to say, let's fix him. You have never seen them on Facebook? Where the whole country agrees that this one, we are fixing him. Let's not vote for him. We are voting for this one. Even this one has no talent. And the guy, I've seen that. A talented guy and an untalented person, they say, this one, the wife said this. So we are not voting for him. We are voting for this one. And they fixed the guy. So I said, one day they might wake up and say, let's fix him. You'll be shocked. I'll say you are fixing yourselves. We are doing other things somewhere else. Even you, don't only be in Chilenche. Don't only be in Kalingalinga. Also go and open in Mtendere. So that one day when those people in Kalingalinga under substance come and burn your shop, the one in Mtendere is sticking. Don't only build in one place. Diversify. Okay, you are reducing your risk. So replicate. Reach is where I was telling you about influence, especially in social media now. Please, begin building your presence on social media. Don't be a person in this era who still moves around saying, no, me, these things for social media. Money is on social media. Social media has removed the limitations of physical location to business. Now you can be here in Lusaka selling to people in Kaputa. You can be here selling to people in Chiengi, putting things with platinum. We send so many things through platinum and whatever to all over Zambia. Social media. Please build yourself there. Go and learn as much as you can about social media. Begin building your following as much as you can. You saw even when I tell people, books for sale. People are commenting. Those of you who could have checked the promotion I was running recently, there were complaints coming from Malawi, Zimbabwe, and South Africa. So, but you have only put in Kwacha. What of us here also? It's because there is a presence. Listen, you can't do business and you are invisible. You have to be visible. Even here at church, if you are selling eggs, be so visible until they call Ujama Eggs or Mr. Eggs. Until they know you for your business. Some of you here are in business, but nobody knows what you do. Until introductions, they say, we are also into property. And people, we are also into, they are shocked. You can't sell. Do not be ashamed of improve your reach. Get known. Also go in spaces that would promote your business. I'm an advocate that you should attend church strategically. It's not every church you should go to, even within your church. Let me put it this way. In the Adventist church where you are, don't just find yourself that even here the Lord is here. Yeah, the Lord might be there, but man is not there. You know what I'm saying? The Lord might be there, but connection is not there. Within the Adventist church, I was very strategic. I told you, I came in Lusaka. I looked around. I saw churches in Lusaka that looked like the church where I came from. I said, no, this is not why I came here. I decided to come to Unza Church because when I came here as a first year, I saw a deacon. I said, that one is a deacon. What does he do? They said, that is Dr. Mundia. I said, Doctor, deacon. Because where I came from, when they say it's a deacon, everybody. I said, who is choristering there? Then I saw in front the chorister. Because where I came from, when you say chorister, these are the guys who are doing nothing. They said, chorister. So I was sure. They said, that is Dr. Alvet Ngandu. He is the registrar of the University of Zambia. I said, this is where I belong. And I created a network in here that has improved my life. Even today, I get opportunities from that. Look at the people I know here, the likes of Dr. Kataba here, my elder behind there. There's a big man behind there. He might be very humble to tell you about himself. My elder here, all of these people here, it's a network. So don't come in Lusaka, you are from Milenge, and you are looking for a church that looks like Milenge. When you are there, you are singing in the vernacular. Please, come to Lusaka, change your life. When I left here, I went to Ridgeway. Ridgeway, again, powerful network. And if I'm to leave Ridgeway, I know where I'm going. I can tell you. There are churches you find me. It's either my membership will be at Brentwood, it will be at Chainama. Which other one? Harare City Center, actually, they already want me to move my membership to there. I'll be speaking to them this coming Saturday. But that's the thing. Increase your reach. Business is through networks. Who you know matters. Contracts come through contacts. When you look at your contacts, do they look like a contract can come from there? Contracts are from contacts. The last thing there is what? Real estate. Please, as quickly as you can, buy land. I said as quickly as you can, do what? Buy land. Now I've heard people, we found land. The problem is very far from town. Question, what do you own in town? So why do you want to be near town? No, it's very far from ShopRite. Are you the owner of ShopRite? Buy land. ShopRite follows where people are building. I'll tell you, Lusaka at one point maybe only had one ShopRite. Today they are all over. Hungry Lion today is there even in the Jack because people are there. So you buy land. Go into land banking because land appreciates over time. Land appreciates over time. That I'm going to tell you. So we bought some little property with my wife a few years ago, right here in Lusaka, and it was cheap. It was going for 75,000. And guess what? Now we have a neighbor. It's called a gated community. So you buy land there, everything is controlled. They tell you can't build such a structure. Before you build, it's your plot. You have to take to a certain committee for approval. Say, this is what I want to do. They say, no. You can't put that. That's how serious they are. You can't cut trees. Because it's my tree in my yard. They'll boot you out. Now, we bought that a couple of years ago, very cheaply, 75,000 kwacha. Well, a few years later, we realized there's one guy who is not developing his plot. So we went and asked the real estate company that runs the whole project. We said, how much is that plot now? They said, that plot. I said, yes. They said, yeah, it's 850,000 kwacha. In a few years, the plot has moved from 75 to 850,000 kwacha. Let me tell you one announcement. The announcement is this. God stopped creating land. So buy land when? Now. Because one of these days you go to buy land and you find all the land has been bought. Land. 2009 I went to Chalala there. Chalala was a bush. I went to Janji. Janji was in a bush. I was asking, why do they have a church in the bush? Bush, literally, with trees all over. Today, Chalala is in the middle of town. And I'll tell you, 15 miles today, plots are going for 3.5. And some of you are not buying. There is no one broke enough not to be able to buy land. That I can tell you. In Lusaka, there are plots as low as 5,000 kwacha, where they will start with down payment 1.5. Go to Mungule, go wherever, buy. Appreciate the land, sell it if you don't have money. If you have money, put something in there, sell it. It will cost more. If you can put things in there, rent out that. But go and buy land. The next time we'll meet, I'll ask one question. Do you own land? I'll end here. I'll end here for now, then I'll take the questions at the appropriate time. I'll send you another presentation, which time may not allow because our time is limited, which I was supposed to do with you today. I had promised you the technical side because there's nothing technical I've shared here with you. There's a technical side of business, but I think I'll just send you a PowerPoint for it. Then you can read in there. My elder.
How many are being blessed so far? Yeah. Doc, as you can see, I feel very bad that I have to be the guy that has to tell him, you've run out of time. Yeah, but we had promised that we don't want to keep you beyond 12, so that next time you say those people are serious with their timing. Huh? We've been sitting for a while, so allow me to just request you to stand. And we just do, those that can, please stand. We can just stretch a little bit. If I had a singing voice, we were going to do a song. But since I don't, I'll just request you to, do what I do. Yeah, with this hand. Yes, with the other one also. Yeah. And on the side, if you can, both sides, let's do that. We can try to swing a bit. Don't slap your neighbor. Yeah, we can try. Yeah. And where possible, we can try to stretch backwards. A bit forward. Yeah, and if you can, stand on your toes. On your toes, pick some apples, put them down. Pick some apples, put them down. While on your toes, pick some apples. All right. Okay, we can take our seats. Brian Minimo, you can just give us one song as we transition into the next presentation. And I will do the... So what we'll do is we'll have the next presentation. The speaker will speak for about 30 to 40 minutes, and then we'll do a Q&A. So please write down your questions, and then the questions will be both to the first presentation, Dr. Kawani, and the next presentation.
Shepherd cried, another spotless lamb must die. Oh, how could just one sacrifice our God Jehovah satisfy? Year after year the blood would flow, but none could wash me white as snow. Salvation Day fulfilled the plan, the promise came. One holy lamb, one holy lamb washed my sin away. Atonement Day, the Father cried, the spotless Son of God must die. One final death for every man, one blood, one life, one holy land, one holy land washed my sin away. One sacrifice paid a price I could not pay. One holy lamb, one greater yet, one seed of Abraham. One holy lamb washed my sin away. One sacrifice
There's a way that Brother Mirimo does these songs that you think, ish, you see why I didn't want to commit suicide. Right. Technical, just help me with the speaker profile. I want to, before we go into the presentation, I have the honor and privilege of introducing the acting DG for the Citizens Economic Empowerment Commission, Mrs. Ophelia Nyambe. She will give a few remarks, and then we will go into the other part of the presentation. We are honored this morning. You know, we didn't want to end the conversation at just planting the idea. But in case we need to find a way of financing these ideas, what are the options? And when we called on our partners at CEC, they sent, at very short notice, our speakers to come. So we are very privileged and we are very honored that they could be here. So at this point, I'll invite Mrs. Nyambe to come and speak to us.
I hope I'm loud enough. Do I really need this? Oh, I see. Good morning, everybody. I'm glad to be here today. This is not a new church to me or for me. I know it's a while. I was also a student at Tunza. So the time I was a student, I was a member of this church. Yeah, although very few would know me, but I'm glad that I've seen Brother Kalinda at the back, so at least I know that I'm home. Yes, we are from the Citizens Economic Empowerment Commission. I hope you've heard about it. Our Director General, Dr. Charles Mungole, is actually also a member of this church. Most of you would know him. He's away, so he assigned me to represent him. My name is Ophelia Nyambe, as mentioned earlier. I'm the Director of Finance at the Commission. So I'll just briefly share with you what the Citizen Economic Empowerment Commission is. We, in short, CEEC. It was established by an Act number 9, 2006. The commission is there to promote broad-based economic empowerment and also foster equity, equity ownership and control of the means of production by citizens, and redress historical economic imbalances for marginalized and disadvantaged groups. I think you'd see in our economy, really, you'd agree that most of our economy is not controlled by ourselves. We have things that are as basic as block making being controlled by people who are not citizens of this country. And those are basic businesses, like the doc has said. I know most of you know us for loans, but we do a lot of things. Empowerment is more than just giving people money, as doc has amply taken us through some of them. We do have 9 pillars. So let me just take you quickly through our pillars. I mentioned one already. One of our pillars is to ensure that there's equity, ownership and management and control of the economy by citizens. We also do ensure that there's preferential procurement and reservation schemes for citizens. So those companies that are citizen-owned or citizen-controlled, they do come to us. When we confirm that they are indeed citizen-owned, we give them certificates. They use those to go and include in their tender applications, and they are given priority. They are given certain points by just being citizen entities. Then we also do skills development. As amply said, business is beyond just having the money. You also need certain skills to be able to run your business effectively. Then, of course, access to finance that all of us know. We are also engaged in transformation of society. I was very, very interested in the presentation that Doc just held. That's exactly what we are also focusing on, to transform society, to transform us. As Zambians, we are missing out on opportunities because we think that, wow, I'm a graduate. This doesn't befit me. Do you know how many people pass through Kabwe every day? Those people that have toilets there by those, by that station where they pass through every day to buy meals, every single person paying 5 kwacha. How much is it by the end of the day? And here we are sitting here focused to say, I don't have a job. And there are people that are graduating and they're staying in the streets for 5 years, waiting for somebody to rescue them, when there are actually opportunities everywhere. So one of our roles as a commission is actually to try and help transform society so that we start thinking differently. There are opportunities everywhere you look. There's something you can do to earn yourself money. We are also do ensure that there's good corporate social responsibility among entities. We are involved in ensuring that there's good political and corporate governance. We also engage ourselves in greenfield investments. There are certain areas that we've gone into that have never been touched, that have never been reached, but we get into there to ensure that we assist those communities. I'll give you an example. You know, most of the Mongo rice people talk about Mongo rice. Mongo rice is actually produced in Sikongo. Sikongo is in another district away from Mongo, of course in Western Province, but it's not even known. So we've actually gone there to assist the Sikongo people to set up a rice plant so that their product can also be known out there. So as an example of a greenfield investment. We also partner with, to ensure that we get foreign direct investment coming through to Zambia to assist entrepreneurs, SMEs, and you know, those that need to get engagements or partnership with foreign direct investment. As the doc has mentioned that, you know, you can go and get entities outside Zambia and set up business here and work hand in hand with them. So I won't go much into details further. I know we are pressed for time. So I'll request Mrs. Venzu Simuyambalaka Papa to come and take us through the workings of how to get access finance from CEEC. She is our Director of Operations. Thank you.
Right, so before our speaker stands to speak, I want to just introduce them to you. I know that Acting DG has given the name, but just so we know who we are talking, who's speaking to us. Mrs. Benzu Siamyambala Kapapa, she insisted that we add that one for the sake of peace. Is the current director of operations at CEC. And she's a seasoned executive leader with over 15 years of senior management experience, currently serving as the director of operations, as I mentioned, at the Citizens Economic Empowerment Commission, where she oversees 10 provincial offices, driving the Commission's economic empowerment mandate nationwide. With a sharp focus on financial discipline and business viability, Benzu brings proven expertise in evaluating financial opportunities, assessing organizational performance, and ensuring resources are deployed for a maximum impact. Her leadership is anchored on building accountable, high-performing teams that execute programs with precision and fiscal responsibility. Benzu's academic credentials reinforce her strategic financial acumen. She holds an MBA in operations and decisions management from the Northwest University, South Africa, a master's of arts in communication from Lom Kom Queen University in Malaysia, complemented by advanced qualifications in human capital management and international practice. In terms of, so basically this is who we have here speaking to us. It is a privilege and an honor. And you know, when we were communicating, we were told, someone is coming. Sorry, I digress. And she reached out and said, I'll be coming. And I was very overjoyed because I didn't think that CEC would come. And then later on, my wife looks at the picture and says, wait, I know this one. How do you know her? Then she reminds me of an interesting story. We met when we were preparing our children for Kampori, going to Zimbabwe. We are making last-minute uniforms and all those things. So I'm happy to be telling this story because she's not just a director of operations. She's also an invested master guide, yeah? So join me in welcoming Madam Benzu to the stage. Thank you.
Thank you so much for such a powerful introduction. I'm not just a master guide, I'm a Dorcas woman and also invested SYL leader, as well as experience in women ministries. So yeah, I'm everywhere within the church. However, you know, when you are given an opportunity to speak after such powerful presentation, you ask yourself, what can I speak after the doctor has spoken? Because he's so versed, this is what he does. Some of us are mostly used working in the background. But my introduction to today's presentation, I looked at the audience and I realized we have a lot of youth in here. And after what has been said, the first question you'd ask yourself, what do you have in your hands? Because so much has been presented, you can do this, you can do that. But as an individual, what is it that you have in your hands? What do you have to contribute? The fact that you are alive today, there is a reason why God has kept you alive. Others, they died when they were babies. Others at your age, they are gone. But you are alive. It's because you have got a purpose, right? And Valida, for me, when we talk to youth, the first thing that I actually want to cover, I don't know if you have done that, is a vision board. You want to know, where do you want to be? How many of us have a vision board? Place somewhere. I don't know why they're like you're not sure that you have a vision board. You need to know where you want to be so that when opportunities are presented, you know exactly what you want to do in life. I was telling people of a story of an uncle of mine who retired some few months ago, and he has got nothing to his name. He's worked for so many years. He has got a diploma in something that the parents sponsored him to go to school and do. Those days, you know, diploma was a very high qualification. He didn't bother himself to upgrade. He has retired with a diploma from public service. That can just tell you how much, what pension he's going to get, right? And he hasn't bought a plot, he doesn't have a house. And the next time I spoke to him, he was telling me he was going to the campaigns to go and campaign for the president so that he can go and get a bit of some income. We have got an opportunity as young people to make a future for ourselves. And for you to be able to make a future, you need to have a vision board so that you know exactly where you want to be. When I was young, in primary school, I learned of a Bible verse where they say, they say you should claim what you want to be in life. Proclaim, say what you want. I always said, I will not be a tail, but a head. When I was I learned that Bible verse, and I would always say, Lord, I will not be a tail. I want to be a head. And I will tell you that I was a class monitor. I was a vice head girl. I've never held clerical position because I've refused from a young age to say I'm not a tail. You have said in your word that I will be a head. So you need to claim, as Christians, we have been given the Bible. We need to claim these things in the Bible, what we want to be. And trust me, you will achieve it. 90% of what I have become is what I claimed that I wanted. In my former job, just a testimony. In my former job, I had a position. And I felt like I was working so hard and I was not being given the promotion. There was no promotion. There was no position above where I was. And I wrote down the position that I wanted and the salary that I wanted to earn. And I earned it. That position was created for me. That is a testimony. That position was not there. And I never told anyone. I never told the owner. I just told them, Lord, I want to be this position, and this is the salary that I want to earn. And that position was created for me, and I earned that salary. And I was like, why didn't I just ask for more? Because the God that we serve, he owns, at the silver and the gold are his. But sometimes we ask so little, as if your vision does not scare you, then it is not big enough, right? I learned this Bible verse from Steve Harvey, Habakkuk 2 verse 2. Do you know Habakkuk 2 verse 2? You know, these celebrities, they know the Bible. Sometimes you'll be shocked that they actually read and know better than us. Habakkuk 2 verse 2 says, and the Lord answered me and said, write the vision and make it plain upon the tablets, so that they that read will run with it. If you do not have your vision written down, you are not going anywhere. And then the other one that I also stand by, which I want you to take, is Ecclesiastes 9 verse 10. Whatsoever your hand finds to do, do it with all your might. For there is no work, nor device, nor knowledge, nor wisdom in the grave where you are going. Like when you came this morning, how many made sure that they dressed their best? We just picked whatever. It's a Sunday, it's not Sabbath. So we know that when we are coming to church, we only dress nicely on Sabbath. Whatever, how many of us took our time to make sure that our hair is up to date, that the breakfast that we prepared, we put our best effort in preparing that breakfast, the little things that we do in life. Whatever your hand finds to do, do it with all your might. When people tell you about people who get skills, people who get promoted, people who move in life, it's people who put in their best effort. You all have a degree in accounting, but you find that somebody with a degree in accounting keeps moving up the ladder. The examples that the doctor was giving is people who have put their best effort in what they're doing in life to get there. So one thing that you need to do is know what it is that you have in your hand, and then write your vision down and put in your best effort. I just thought I should say this. No, before I even leave, one more thing. Who can stand here and say they know everyone who's in church today and what they do? Anyone who knows everyone here and what each one of us does? No hand. So the presenter was talking about networks. This is University Church. Everyone here is from University Church, right? Or we're different churches? But we are Adventists. Now, here is the thing. This is a network already. People who are here. Who is here? I hope maybe when we started that we introduced ourselves, because that is very important, that you need to know who is here, what they do, so that you understand what value they can bring to whatever it is that you are doing in life. When people bring their profiles and everything, for you, as he has said, your contact makes your what? Your contract. So here there are contracts. We have got doctors, we have got accountants, we have got lawyers, different people. If we get to network and know each other, you find that half of your problems would have been solved. It is very important that you improve your network. I was just looking at what was happening, what has happened in ABSA recently. The head of finance was promoted to become the managing director, Seychelles. The head of retail was promoted to become the executive head of retail for First Capital Bank in Malawi. And then I just went on LinkedIn this morning, and I found a post from the managing director, Ms. Ngamelu, who was now standing between the two of them, and then she's saying, you should appreciate the people that you have around you. Some of them are your networks, and they'll help you to get further. So I said, these are people who were just in Zambia, but because of their network, the other one is in Seychelles, the other one is in Malawi. So it's because of the network and also the relationship that you have. Because for you, definitely Mizinga has got so many connections in these countries. And because these people are putting in their best effort, she will have a good word to say when an opportunity rises. Sometimes we pray and say, Lord, please bless me so that my name will be mentioned in meetings when I'm not there. And those. You want to do your level best so that when an opportunity comes, they'll remember, oh, there's Maria. Maria is good in this and this. Can we consider her? In those that you are not there where there are opportunities, you want to do your level best in life so that your name gets mentioned in such places. So let's put our best effort and let's make sure that by the time we retire, as we have said, at least you have got a piece of land or you have got something. From our allowance that we are getting, as some of us who are students, we are able to get that piece of land that is going for 5,000. So this morning, I'm going to talk to you about the opportunities that CEC has. Our acting director general has already presented to us what CEC is, and one of our empowerment pillars, among us what we do, is access to finance. So the government came up with a commission and said, okay, we want to have a platform. One of the things that we want you to do as CEC is to give out empowerment loans and grants. When we talk of empowerment loans and grants, it's because they are not at market rate. Now if you go to get a loan, anyone working in the bank here? Do you have anyone from the banking sector? Yes, how much is the interest rate for a loan? So between 25 to 30, for you to get a loan, you have to pay interest of between 25 to 30, and that is compound. Every month, it goes up. So with CEC, we come up with empowerment grants, because these, we even call them empowerment loans. Our interest rate is 12%, simple interest annually. Where have you found this? Even Bank of Zambia rates that they have stated how much a loan should be. I think it should be, it's about how much, ADG, how much does Bank of Zambia say we should be giving out loans? Minimum. 18, 19, 20? Compound, not even annually, compound. But the government has said, no, CEC, 12% simple interest. So we give out empowerment grants and loans at 12% simple interest annually. At the beginning of every year, we advertise. For 2026, we have those loan products that have been placed there, that we have been giving out. We have got presidential irrigation support, agriculture, production, that whole list of loan products. Most of interest, it's the Azimai loan product, where we are saying to all women, we find that when we open up for loans, I think our culture as Zambians, we take it so seriously that most businesses are supposed to be run by men. We still need to do a lot of improvement and encouraging men. So the government has now said, okay, see, we have noted so many men are applying for loans and women are not doing anything, and the youth. Therefore, for all the loans that CEC should give, 40% should go to women, 40% to youth, 15% to men, 5% to people with disability. You'll find that there are a lot of men who are running businesses, but they are not even giving their women shareholding. So I also stand for women empowerment. Men, as we open these accounts, these companies, these businesses, the entrepreneurship business, we should make sure that we include our wives, our sisters, and our brothers, because it will help us to access some of these things. The world is moving towards women empowerment, and where a woman is represented, there are higher opportunities. So I see it's also one of the loan products that we have, and we are promoting is the Azimai loan product for women. Women can apply for anything. This product is open to whatever a woman wants to do. You get your loan. The maximum loan amount that management threshold is 2.5 million. And then above that, it goes to the board. So you can apply for any amount, but below 2.5 million, management has got powers to approve that loan product. Another loan product that we have highlighted there is the Busulu loan, which now we have also promoted on Imisepela platform. You heard of Imisepela? Yeah. So there's a platform called Imisepela. This loan is a maximum of 50,000 that we have been giving to youth. So you apply, you bring your business idea, we give you a loan of 50,000. For graduates as well, it now goes up to 2.5 million. We have got a number 17 there is the graduate loan product. Once you have attended all these workshops and everything, and you want to apply for a loan as a graduate, you have got a business idea, you have got a graduate loan product. Can you believe? So we opened these loans in December, and we have got a period. We closed end of February. Right now we are doing disbursement. So we have got a period in which we advertise for this loan. Can you believe that countrywide, for the graduate loan, we received 3 applications? Countrywide, 3 graduate loan products. So I don't know, as they were saying that, what are people doing on social media? What are we doing? Are we seeing these opportunities? Do you know what's happening? So those 3, it is guaranteed that they got there. We had to approve them and assist them. Now, the other thing that we have noted, I've talked about the Busolu loan product. One of the qualifications for you for these loans is you have to be a Zambian, and you should have a business, and you should have a clean CRB, meaning you have not been blacklisted. You have gotten money somewhere and then you are not paying, you get blacklisted. Can you believe when we went on Imisepela platform and we opened this loan product, we had received over 70,000 applications. And then when we checked those who were youth, it was 41,888. Further now, we had to check how many of the youth qualify, or how many of them have got a bad CRB. 22,616 had non-performing loans, which was 54% of the total applications that we received. Youth, you are already getting loans on mobile money, 20 kwacha, 200, and you are not paying. So if you cannot take care of a 20 kwacha, how do we trust you with a 50,000? you see how opportunities go. So please make sure that we should also, I think when we do these financial literacy things, it's very important that we train people, and you know that you have to be honest in what you are doing. If you get a 200 kwacha loan, get it, because once you do not pay back that 200 kwacha loan, you are closing doors for greater opportunities. So people at CEC, the first stage that we'll do is once we check that you have not been faithful, most of them, 200 kwacha, 500 kwacha, that's loans they have gotten and they have not paid back. And your name is dented based on that 200 kwacha. Please, clear your name. Make sure that you check your CRB reports, you are up to date. So we'll check if you are Zambian, you've got a Green National Registration card, you have got a viable business, and you have got a clean CRB report. There are other checks that we'll check depending on each loan product, where we know that you've got a tax clearance, you have got a tip-in. How many here don't know they are tip-in, don't have a tip-in? I know you won't raise your hand, but some of us have not registered. So we have to check that you are compliant. You need to have your tip-in and all those things. So while still on the loan products that we have, I've talked about Presidential Irrigation Support System. As you are looking into your business as an entrepreneur, you need to know what is happening. Where is the country going? Where is the region going? What type of business should I get into that I know that will help me and I'll be able to make money? So with the past drought seasons that we've had, the government said we want to ensure that we empower people with the irrigation support system. So we came up with this loan products, which was by presidential directive, that we should support people with irrigation support. And we were given a target, I think, of 100 million to give out for irrigation support. Last year, I was sure we didn't get as many applications as expected either, because people are interested in owning cars. When they come, they will tell you they own a taxi. Do they really want to drive taxis? No. They just want to drive cars, not necessary to do business. And this is something that, Doc, when you were saying Zimbabweans work, Zambians, we love smart jobs as a country. I've spent half of my life outside the country. When the situation in Zimbabwe was bad, you find a Zimbabwean accountant or a nurse working as a maid. Can you find a Zambian nurse working as a maid without a job? Never. All we want is I've gone to school, I've done nursing, I should go and be a nurse. You know the lady boho driller? You know she's a nurse by profession? And she's the only nurse who's registered under the engineering whatever association of Zambia. She went out of her comfort zone. Very few of us are comfortable as Zambians. That's something that we also need to relearn, to get outside our professions. You think if you're a teacher, you have to be a teacher, you have to be a nurse, you have to dress and do a smart job. But there's a lot of opportunities in skills outside of you being a nurse, outside of you being a doctor, outside of you being a lawyer. What else can you do? So we've got this presidential irrigation support. Even the Bible, in the beginning, when Adam were punished, they were told that they should go and till the land, isn't it? Money is in the land. I've also run out of this business for a very long time. My father was a teacher and a farmer, and he made sure he took us to the fields when we were young, to the farm, to Lima and to do what. And I said, never will I go back. Me getting debt, I do not want this job. But here am I looking at this stage, I'm looking for farms, because I've realized that that's an opportunity and that's where the money is. So we support, we give presidential irrigation support loans to make sure that there's 365 production. We should not, as Zambians, always rely on rain-fed. We want to make sure that we are able to have production throughout the year. And also, we have gone to what we call agricultural production and mechanization, where we support with small handheld tractors, big tractors, and everything, so that we stop limaling with the hose. We want to increase production. We've also got small-sized hammer mills. Do you know that there's actually more money in the gaga than in the milli mill? Yeah, so we've gone into that. Countries across the region are buying gaga from Zambia. So you find a lot of people how, if you get this small-sized hammer mill, you'll be able, maybe you can even be giling for free, and then you get that gaga and you sell. We have also gone into the fish feed manufacturing. Right now we have got, you know, if you go to most of these of our lakes, we have harvested all the fish. There's really nothing much that is there. So the commission has come up with the aquaculture project, where now we are going into all these lakes and coming up with fish farms, and we're giving out those loans for 2.5 million for people to get fish cages, and we have come up with high value projects where we are going out to look into the manufacturing, the processing, of fish. The next loan product that we have is the horticulture loan product. This is for Lusaka and Ndola. So in the UNIP days, Makeni, Lusaka West, Chongwe, these areas, you find that the government was giving small-scale hoarding so that people can produce vegetables, fruits for the market. But now, as years are going by, people have started using those farm plots for rent. We are now selling dividing. So the commission said, no, can we revive this so that we have people who are living around Lusaka, who are living around Ndola, get back to horticulture business. We advertised this loan product in December, and we closed in February. We got 8 applications. Then we said, no. Let's re-advertise again. So maybe if we can get people to work, maybe the cooperatives that are there, so that we get the people around Lusaka and Ndola to get into this. We opened again in May, and the deadline was for, I think, beginning of this month. And we had 5 applications. And then when he was presenting us, how many of us are in horticulture? I was saying, how many of us are in horticulture? There were some hands before. Who said they were in horticulture? I was just actually checking the hands to say, have these people heard about this loan product? So you need to have a piece of land. As he's talking, he was saying, get land in 15 miles, get land, Mwembeshi, these areas, and start this business for yourself. So now we have said, okay, let's re-advertise this loan product. We shouldn't close it. So this is the loan product that is running for the next 2 weeks. We are with Mr. Bole. You know Mr. Bole? Mr. Bole, maybe you can stand. He's the regional manager. He's also in charge of 5 provinces. So those who are interested after this, please see him for this horticulture loan product because it is running now. We want to make sure that people are able to produce enough fruits. We are buying fruits from South Africa. When you go, even the oranges, they are coming from South Africa. The natchez that we find on the street that we buy for 5 kwacha, they are coming from South Africa. Why can't we produce these things as Zambians? And it doesn't mean that when you own the farm, it will be you who will be doing the work. You are also creating employment for others, isn't it? You can hire a lot. The other time I saw the people who are graduating from agriculture were complaining that the government is only hiring the nurses, the teachers. What about us agriculture experts? And then me with my big mouth, I said, but you guys are the ones who are supposed to hire us with your farms. The backlash I got, I had to quickly delete that comment. You see, because you are in agriculture, you have got land, there's a lot of traditional land. We have got these loan products. Why can't we get to doing these things? we stop buying the fruits and the vegetables from South Africa. The government has come up with different statutory instruments where they are saying, we want these businesses to be reserved for Zambians. Do we know? Do we know any business that is strictly reserved for Zambians? So that's why you should have a vision, and then you go and start researching on your area of interest so that you know exactly where you are. So the government has said live birds, chickens, there should be no foreigner who does that. If you are found as a foreigner raising chickens, you are in trouble with the law. That business is reserved for Zambians. We've got logistics. What? Do you call it logistics? Transport, yeah. Transport. All these trucks that bring in petrol, that bring in food and what. That business is for Zambians. Yeah, transport, you call it haulage and all that. And then the government has also come with the SI, last year, Statutory Instrument 68, which is now saying, as a government, we have gone into the mines. Now they have investing so much money in the mines, and they are saying, for 2026, effective January, all non-core goods in the mines should be supplied by Zambians. And then 20% for this year of non-core goods should be, 20% of core goods should be supplied by Zambians. So when we are talking about non-core goods in the mines, we're talking about the food that the miners eat, the cleaning, the stationery, security. Those are not core to mining. Those contracts should be given fully to Zambians. I was in Kalumbila last week. The kitchen at FQM mine is run by a South African. Why? Because no Zambian had the capacity to take up that business at that price. Kalumbila mine has got over 8,000 mine workers who are supposed to eat breakfast, lunch. No. Breakfast and lunch, 2 meals maximum a day. And you cook for 8,000 people every day. And Zambians too gave the business to a South African. Imagine how much you make feeding those people every day. The chickens that are supposed to be given to the miners, they are coming from Livingstone and somebody in Chongwe, because no one in Northwestern has got the capacity to supply chickens for the miners. This is how us Zambians are sleeping on opportunities. Then they told me, we have given this business now. We are saying, there are farmers around Kalumbila, but now we want to make sure there's an aggregator who coordinates the vegetables, because the demand is so high. We cannot have, there's no one farmer who can manage to supply. So we need an aggregator who will work with the farmers. Us as the mine, we are going to give the farmers seed. And then this, so that they plant. This aggregator is given a schedule for the next 6 months. This is the type of vegetables, the food that the restaurant will want. All you need to do is to work with the farmers to say, you plant vegetables, you plant pepper, you plant what, so that you'll be supplying in these quantities. The aggregator failed. And now they are re-advertising to say, I'm failing to get some of these things. This is how us as Zambians. And what does the kitchen do? They go and buy the vegetables from South Africa. Because as Zambians, in that beautiful northwestern province where the land is so fertile and everything, we have failed to meet the demand. Now the government is saying 100% non-core goods, all Zambians. 20% of core goods should go to Zambians. Now, for you to get into this business, you may not have the money as one, right? You might be able to do something. This is where now we as Zambians need to work together and identify what type of a core good product can we provide to the mines. 20% is given, but as it is, they will tell you that only 2% is covered by Zambians. And they will not, the government is hoping that next year they will increase to 30%, then increase to 50%. If we are now capable, Zambians should be able to do all the supply in the mines. But are we sure? Because each one wants to keep the business to themselves. They do not want to share and pool resources together. You find that us as Zambians, we are not able to do these things. So I just want you to open your mind and look at these opportunities that are there and say, where do you start from? How do you work together? And this is why we are also now bringing in the artisanal and small-scale mining, because now Zambia, we are really opening up the mining sector. We also have alternative energy solutions. Want to make sure that people who are going to get involved. I was in Choma the other time when Zesco, they were launching the plant, the solar plant that they built. And they were telling me to say, do you know, we actually approached this village where they have got these fields that they have not plowed for so many years, and we said, can we put up a solar plant? Are we sure? Why do you want to come on our field and do this? Like, it had to take Zesco some time to move now to further villages to where they could find and set up the solar plants, because we are not willing to move with things that are happening. We're also talking about the manufacturing loan products. A lot of Zambians are not into manufacturing. So we want to make sure that things are produced in Zambia. Let's get into joint ventures, as he was saying, that you find someone who's supplying something and you say, I'll be your core supplier in Zambia. But that is a start. The next thing, you want to make sure that these things are produced in Zambia. So we also have got that loan product. We have got what we call the Marketeer Booster Reloaded. First, we used to give marketeers 1-1, but we realized that it was not working because people were not repaying the loans. The repayment, what do you call it? Couch. We just want to get and eat. We do not think about our children who are coming tomorrow or whatever to say, this is an empowerment grant. It's at 12%. You want to get this money so that tomorrow you repay and your cousins, your children and everything should come back. I was sure the repayment culture is very bad. So we used to give individual marketeers, it wasn't working. They were disappearing. So now we came up with a cooperative model where we give the cooperatives the money, and then the cooperatives are the ones who are repaying the loans. I've spoken about transport, and also which was including waste collection trucks. We don't have these ones a lot, and we had promoted that loan product. The waste collection truck also really received a low turnout. There is money in debt. In dots. Right? But we do not want that. We are leaving it out. So a lot of people did not come for the waste collection trucks. They were just looking into the tipper trucks and all those things. We also this year had a loan for higher education institutions. I read somewhere on social media, someone was saying, we have a lot of Zimbabweans, we have a lot of foreigners who are coming in Zambia and for school. Is it because of low entry points or is it because of good education? I believe as Zambians, if we can leverage on this because of the peace that we have in Zambia and the education that we have, we can be the hub of education in the region to make sure everybody is coming to Zambia. If you look at UNILAS, I visited UNILAS some time back. UNILAS also, when they started, they got a loan from CEC. And then now, the level of work, the time when I went there, the old man who runs UNILAS, he was telling me he's in charge of the Long Acres campus. And then he told me the Suvarest campus is run by the daughter. And then the wife is the project manager who makes sure the building, the construction is going on. The son, that time was studying outside, but they took me to their gym, to their sports arena, and they were saying, this is the guy who will make sure that these things are done. As a family, they have worked so hard to put UNILAS where it is. And if you go to UNILAS now, it's a private university. They have got students coming from Namibia, from Botswana, that are sponsored by the governments in those countries. So there is a lot of opportunity. Even in the health sector, training, you find that we have got a lot of youths from the region who are coming to Zambia for medicine and for those things. But what is the status of our institutions? We need to upgrade. So this is why we came up with this loan product. We can be the hub of education in Zambia if we do that. So the other ones are agro-processing, construction, tourism, trade finance. This one we give to tenders. We have got block making and borehole drilling. Now, if block making, as Sis, we said, we need to fund people for block making. Because when you go around, the block making business is run by who make the blocks? Are they Lebanese? We do the dirty job of making the blocks. Them, they just come and supervise. Where are they getting the quarry? Where are they getting the cement? The labor? The business? But they come, the Lebanese. Show me one block making, good block making business that is run by a Zambian. And you don't really need those skills. We have let this market go to Lebanese. So CEC said, no. We want to make sure we fund Zambians to do block making. Oh my word, how many applications did we receive for block making? I think they were less than 10 for block making. And they were less than 10. And when they were asking for the money, those less than 10, because we said we'll fund this depending on whatever equipment is needed, they were asking for to my equipment of 200,000, 300,000, to my small ones. So the loans were approved, but management said no. We are not going to fund these loans. We have to now get back to these applicants to say, when you are applying for this business, we want you to get, we want you to compete with the Lebanese. We want you to get the machinery that the Lebanese are using. We want you to find a site. We put for you water, we do everything. So that 2-3 years down the line, we should be able to say, Zambia is self-sufficient. Zambians can run this block making. Can we put an SI so that this business is reserved for Zambians? Because even when we think as Zambians, we think I should just get this a small one for doing. We don't even think big. If your dream does not scare you, then it is not big enough. We are even scared to ask for bigger projects like what the Lebanese are doing. So this is another loan product that we have, and hope maybe next year we'll bring it up again. So that's something that you should have on your lookout if you'd be interested, coming up with a block making business. The other one also is borehole drilling. This one also, I think we had less than 10 applicants, where we were helping people to buy borehole drilling equipment. Who is drilling borehole? Who owns these companies? They are owned by Indians. There's nothing so big. You go and check where the water is, you put. And then we've left this business to be run by the Indians. So we had opened this one. Still, the outcome was the number of applicants were very small. But everybody who applied for this one, who met the criteria, they were funded. So these are the different opportunities. Of course, we'll tell you, we want you to bring quotations from a supplier, a good supplier, whether it's international. We want to make sure that this supplier is accredited. The funny thing with all these products, 50% of the people who apply who are successful, when you check the suppliers that they are bringing, they just want the money. They'll bring you fake quotations. Some will even go and do quotations on ChatGPT. You find they put them and everything so that they come and get the money from CEC. They are not interested in doing the business, which now the government asks, but why should we fund Zambians? We try to empower them. The commission has been there since 2006. We've been funding, but to point at and to see the bigger, how many really have grown, you can count those ones who have used the money and they have done big businesses and they have progressed. So now we want to make sure that all of you get to know what we do. We are here to empower Zambians. We want a Zambia that people, when you get the money, you are really investing it in your business. We'll come and check. this year we said we want to come and check your place. We want you to give us your TPIN, your tax clearance. We want to see that you are serious. Give us the proposal. Zambians are now complaining that you are giving us too many requirements. But we just want to make sure that you are legit and you are serious with what you want to do. So we open our applications, as I said, December to February, usually. So you should be on the lookout for the next time when we put up our applications. And depending on what you have on your vision board, start thinking of what it is that you would want to do, and you come and apply for these loans. We are also now we are getting into rural industrialization. Want to make sure that we have these big industries in the rural areas, and we work with the people in the rural areas to find out what is there. The acting DG has talked of Sikongo, where we have funded the farmers in Sikongo with tractors, and we ensure that we are now putting up a rice processing plant so that rice is processed in Sikongo. In Southern Province, we are putting up milling plants and feed processing plants so that we have got milling meal being processed there. We have got a lot of demand, milling meal from DRC, from Congo, and all that. So we go province by province. We also have got abattoirs in different areas. In Congo, we have got, no, not in Sioma. We are putting up an abattoir processing where we have got all these lakes. We are putting up the aquaculture, putting up cages. So we're also looking into rural industrialization. We find out what is good in this area, how can we promote them in Kawambwa. Countrywide, province by province, we have identified projects that the local people are doing and try to fund them. He has said, what are you doing in Lusaka? Sometimes business is outside Lusaka. Spend time. Even before you go to Malawi, where the ticket is 700 kwacha, you can go to Kawambwa, you can go to Sikongo, find out what is happening there. You'll find foreigners there. Go to Northwestern Province, find out what is happening there, what are the opportunities, so that you get into a business. You do not want to retire like my uncle, who has worked for over 30 years. He doesn't even have a plot to his name. No. But it is not too late as well. Whatever time that you start, when opportunity has knocked, get to know what is available and you start doing business. So since we are there, we're on Facebook. You go to the CEC Facebook page. Opportunities, we advertise there. We also have got a website. We have got offices across the country in all the provincial capitals. Our office in Lusaka is at the MFES area and Long Acres. So if you want to get to know about the opportunities, and fortunately for University Church, our Director General comes to university. But please do not bother him with the loans. When he comes here, he comes to worship. Yeah. So you have got Brian. I think there are other members. Get to know your church members who can also be sharing with you the information that we have. Otherwise, in brief, I've been told it's time up. That's what we do as CEC. Those are the different loan products that we have. We do not have enough money to cover for everyone, by the way. I was just giving you the loan products that are of key importance, that do not attract a lot of applications. Otherwise, we get this year's allocation was 515 million for empowerment, and we received 1.2 billion qualifying applications. So there are some areas where you find that people want cars, they want taxis, where are highly popular, and we are not able to respond to everyone in that category. And then there are those categories that are scarce. Those are the ones that I was just trying to talk about, so that you can give those ones priority. Thank you very much.
Yeah, there's too much that time. I think next time we should do a whole day event, eh? Yeah, so we wanted to test the waters, Dionko first. Yeah, we had promised that to end at 12. This is 12:21, so I want to acknowledge the fact that we have overshot. I don't want to stretch too long. But we've received a lot of information from Dr. Kabani's presentation and from Sister Benzo, SYLMG, etc. Dorcas. Yes, around these issues. So could there be 1, 2, how many people want to ask questions? Let me take note of the hands. So I have, take note of the numbers. Please keep your hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Did I give you a number? 13, 14. Okay, right. Please take note of your number. So we have 14 questions. We'll try to be very brief. Can I get somebody to assist me with the mic? So we'll do the Q&A for just about 50. How much time do we want to allocate to this? This is a democracy, since I'm already eating into your time. So can we say we'll finish in 15 minutes? Is that okay? 15 minutes, eh? Sorry? There's a proposal for 20 minutes. 20 minutes? All right. My team is already giving us 20 minutes on the board. So, yeah. We'll start with the first question. Yeah, we'll take them in a set of, can we do 4-4? Yeah, let's do 4-4. So, the first 4.
Okay, thank you. Doc talked of capacity, developing or increasing capacity for an individual. Just want to maybe find out some strategies that maybe a person could employ to ensure that they develop their capacity maybe a little faster than maybe they feel they are developing. Or maybe also, do we look at the issues of age? Does capacity develop as you grow older? Or there are many other factors that are involved in developing one's capacity?
Right. So as you ask the question, just tell us your name also. We want to also know who's speaking.
Okay, thank you. My name is Regan. I'm sorry.
Thank you. The second one, yeah.
Okay, my name is Monya Salim, entrepreneur. I think the question I'd like to ask, I have 2 questions. The first one is from CEC. That was a very great presentation, by the way. So for some of us who are on the ground, the question I'd like to ask is, some of the products that are offered by CEC. We've noticed when we're applying for these loans, we've noticed that most of them, especially for amounts going to, is it $1 million? There's a requirement of collateral. So on the market, we're competing with people who are already established and have the capacity. So what are the considerations for some of us who are, not really starting from the ground level, but maybe we have something to show, but not able to reach a certain capacity? And then the second question, do you consider cooperatives, people that come as a group, as opposed to an individual, a limited company? And also, if it's a cooperative, do you run CRB reports on everyone? And where, let's say, there's a balanced equation of females and male? Yeah, I think I end there. Thank you.
Okay, I'm just commenting. Dr. Kaban, the presentation is fine, but it's important to make a progress. After saying what you have said, what next? I would love actually you to come back so that next time you'll be saying we capacitated University Church and so many people got loans or so many people have started their businesses and this is the stage at which we are. Information, can just end up in the ears and then what difference has it made? So I'm saying when you have these meetings, your father worshipped here. Consistently come and say, what has been the impact of my teaching? Because I think the ultimate goal is to lift people from, economic poverty to situations where they can stand on their own. A rich church is very easy to manage. A poor church is difficult to manage. Very, very difficult to manage. You find people singing throughout the week. When do you work? So what I'm saying is, create a base in a few churches. And after so many years, see where people will be standing. That's what I'm saying. To Madam Kapapa, we will visit your office. Please, we need more education also because there is also fear. We have seen some people who have lost their properties due to indebtedness. But I think it's loan management knowledge which is also important. The loan is not meant to buy relish, no. It's not meant to send children to school, no, it's investment. So I think we need more knowledge and also more knowledge on what is available, okay? Because really there is this fear at times, an unknown fear. And also a bit of some crookedness. Some people get money and then they run away, change names.
Right. So number 4. That was you? Okay.
Do I go ahead? All right, thank you so much. My name is Mutale. What I do, I'm a student, electrical and electronic engineering. I stand? All right, so my name is Mutale Chama, 5th year electrical and electronic engineering student at the University of Zambia. A bit of a background to the question so that you can just understand the spirit of the question is that, so the skills that I have learned from the University of Zambia is I have been able to design and build electronic systems. So I can give an example of a certain company that has this solar, they put their solar panels on top and then you connect to yourself and you're able to put in your units. I can design that. Now, this stuff is actually surprisingly easy. However, the catch is that the components are built and assembled in China. And when we send our files there, the Chinese are good at reverse engineering and they have the capacity to outbuild myself. That is one. 2, if I were to design a product in Zambia, it would take about 2 to 3 years before I can even break even. So from both DOC and the CEEC people, what practical advice would you give to me who, it's a risk really, because 2 to 3 years before I can break even, and there's a possibility that I can be outmaneuvered by the Chinese in this space. Is it a realistic goal to pursue this way, or should I go to the cliche of the horticulture, or like the examples that have been given that are like I can do and I'm guaranteed of getting something, I think. Thank you.
Okay. Yes.
Thank you so much. Mutale Chimba is my name. I was following this program on Facebook and I decided to put aside what I was doing and to come here. Yeah. I have a question to CEC and a comment on the presentation for Dr. Kawani, which I followed on Facebook. The question to CEC, I want to find out whether you have loan products on real estates. I want to hear whether there is such also. Then a comment on Dr. Kawani, I just want to give an advice to those that are working who are here. When I got my bachelor's, I thought of thinking of another a side work, or maybe something that I was going to do outside my normal works as an accountant. Then I had to come up with a plan to ensure that within 10 years I should be able to get my minimum qualifications that will make me to be a lecturer, because I love teaching. And the teaching actually was developed during Sabbath school teaching. I just want to challenge each and everyone that most of the things that we do in church, they can actually take you to far places. So when you are given an opportunity to do something in church, you must actually, I want to concur what Madam Kapapa said, whatever your hand findeth to do it with all your might. So I applied for my master's at UNLAS. Immediately, the very year that I graduated from my bachelor's in 2016, July, I was at UNLAS for my master's. And in 2019, I graduated in November. June, I was lecturing part-time at Charimbana University. The monies that I was getting under part-time are the ones that I managed to acquire a small land, which Dr. Kawano was talking about. And I'm putting up an estate that will be actually for business, and I'm almost 80% in completion. I want to challenge you that do not feel comfortable to sit in that office. Think outside the box. What is it that you can do in line with your qualification, your profession? You can actually be working and also doing something online, which can earn you an extra income. Do not depend on one basket of eggs, but think of what you can do with the knowledge that you have. There was a silly comment that was passed on Facebook to say, with your degree certificate, has it actually benefited you? I think some of you saw that. And then somebody made a comment, say, don't say it's a degree. Talk about the knowledge acquired. What has it done to you? So I want to challenge you that you think outside the box and plan to do something that can help you. Networking. I was privileged to attend.
Sorry. We have. I'll have to cut you. I'm sorry.
It is well.
Thank you so much. Yeah. We can take two more. Some questions are interrelated. In fact, I'm thinking we take all of them, then then we respond to them. Number 6, please. 6 and 7, get ready. Please, if you can, speak under a minute. If you can. Yes.
Okay. Sorry.
Proceed.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nchimunya Mwinga. I'm a 5th-year medical student at the University of Zambia, and I am doing a business that is not in, I can say it hasn't been mentioned on any of the products that are offered by CEC. Now, it's something that has to do with, it's not really common in Zambia. Let me just give a quick example of the wall decorations that are sold mainly in China shops. Yeah, something like that. It's something that can be made if I can just get the products to use, something that I'm able to make. Now, it has to do with mostly decorative things, key holders. It could also get to flooring and things like that. So my question is, are businesses that are not part of the products offered by CEC also considered? I don't know if the question is clear.
Okay. Number 7.
Hello. My name is Mubiana. I'm a fourth year agronomy student at the University of Zambia. My question is just analyzing the opportunity cost of which path to take. I think at some point as students we're at the point where we need to choose whether we're going all in and going full entrepreneur, or we take the time to first build a career, then multitask between the career and the entrepreneurship. Now, as he said, for the example he gave, there is a 2-year, the venture he talked about takes 2 years to break even at least. 2 years focusing on a career gives you expertise and gives you experience that is marketable, and that increases your face value. But how do you analyze, what are the key characteristics we can use to fully analyze which path to take at the point where, okay, we are now expiring as students and we need to make a very decisive choice? Yes.
Clear? Number 8.
Okay, good afternoon, Church.
Yeah.
My name is Malambo Mugambala, a 5th year student from the University of Zambia. Is doing human nutrition. So my quick reaction to Dr. Daniel's presentation, I think one of the things I've noticed that we struggle with as young people, we may be good at the technical aspect where maybe we are doing a business, you are baking, you are delivering, and so forth. And also the enterprising part, coming up with feasible ideas. But then the management part, that's where many of us fail. You don't have someone to push you to do things. You are not accountable. The whole day you are just sleeping, you tell yourself, let me just not do it today, because no one is pushing you, you are not scared. So I think maybe you can also highlight on that one how we as young people can make sure that we push ourselves, we manage our businesses. Some of the businesses fail not because there's no money or nothing is happening, it's because we can't manage. Then the question I have to the second presenter is that what happens in an unlikely event where the business doesn't work, you fail to pay? You fail to pay, what happens? Because as young people, sometimes we have all these ideas, but then we are scared. What if I end up in prison or something like that? Yeah. So what happens if maybe this month I fail to pay? And also, what is the grace period that you give? Because if you are starting business from scratch, then it means you have to gain momentum. Then what's the grace period when we are actually required to start paying? And does it also depend on the revenue generation in the business or the principal amount that you get for you to determine how much you need to be paying in a month? That's my question.
Right. 9. Okay, you are 9 for now. You are 9? Okay, number 9, go. Yeah. You speak next.
Good afternoon, Church. My name is Ignatius Mukobe, 5th year Civil and Environmental Engineering student at the University of Zambia. So I just have 2 questions. One to Dr. Kabani. You mentioned rentals, rights, rich, and real estate. So as engineers, how can we use our technical skills to create scalable income streams instead of only selling our time? And also, like an example, through equipment rental, construction services, software technical training, land development, or intellectual property. Then for my second question, Mrs. Kapapa, for a young engineer who is registered under a cooperative and has got technical capacity, and a viable business ideas actually, but limited collateral, just as the entrepreneur there shared. What realistic pathways are there to qualify for CEEC financing? I know you highlighted a bit, and what should we start putting in place now before December? Applications can come through. Then also on clearing the CRB, if you've got debt, how long does it take? Because reputational collateral is like extremely important. Maybe somebody pays back their Tumalitu loans that they had over the past few months. How do you look at that? Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Luendo Katoa. I'm audit manager at Finca Zambia. I have two questions, one for Dr. Kabani and for our CEEC. So my first question is for Dr. Kabani. You talked about when you are below 40, you can save hard and hard. So how about us who are above 40? Do we still have a chance? And looking at almost retiring, and then you're trying to keep your job, you also want to retire. Like it's a bit too much, it's a bit stressful, because I realize I don't have enough time. My time is gone. I wish I started like 20 years, or when I just started work. So do we still have hope? And then how do we manage that so that we've realized, we've learned? So now with the 20 years that we have, or is it 15 before retirement, what tips can you give for us to fast track what we lost out? And then for CEEC, okay, some of us don't read a lot. Maybe we're too busy, we miss out on the opportunities. So like I manufacture coffee, but on a very small base. So now I'd like to expand, but then there's that fear. And also you look at your products for women. Do you maybe hold, apart from these meetings, where you can maybe help us to expand with enough knowledge to say, okay, I can go into this while working? Are there opportunities that you have in that aspect for us to grow with some kind of guidance, apart from me just guessing? Because I fear to grow big, like supply maybe ShopRite, because they say, oh, you need to have connections, you don't know anybody. So how do I want to grow, but I've been limited with so many factors. So do you have those like maybe avenues that can help us who want to grow, but a bit on the fearful side without connections? That's all.
Number 12.
Actually, number 13. Thank you very much. My name is Boniface Piri. I work in life insurance. My question is to CEC, and it's very specific. I'm looking at horticulture, block making, borehole drilling. If you are to start these as green fields, which means you're starting from scratch, what's the maximum capital you can get? And then the other question is, what do I need before the application period starts to ensure that I'm successful as an applicant? And also I would like to understand the payback period. How does it work for business of that scale, where you need a higher period for you to burn your cash before you can start making revenue? How much time do you give for you to start paying back before you can go any further? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Number 13. Who was 13? Oh, we have exhausted the questions, eh? Okay, there are two. I guess those are the last two. Yeah.
Thank you. My name is Rumamba Chonga. I'm a founder of a school, a primary school. I'll take this opportunity to also market my school. This is business, where we are. So my school is located in Chamba Valley along Zaf Mess Road. It's so-called Druna Evolution Academy School. So you can find us also on Facebook. So I would also want just to make a comment on Dr. Satwambo or Dr. Kavani, who he said, make sure that whatever you do in life, you are serious with it. Youth. Profession-wise, I did BSc in clinical anesthesia, so if there's any hospital that is nearby, please, I'm here. I haven't worked anywhere, but I'm a very good anesthetist. So to the second presenter, what criteria is ECC using to fund organization? Because we have actually visited you several times, but I'm only to be told that you do not qualify because your business hasn't run for a period of time. So what criteria do you use in order for us to access your fundings? The other question is, what is, so I'll give an example of like, I'm into education, but you haven't really spoke to say what range are you able to give in terms of education-wise. Let's say I'm renting a building. That building is getting a lot of money, but I want to opt to get the building to buy it. So are you able to facilitate those kind of funds? Thank you.
Thank you very much, and to Prof. and Madam Director for very good presentations. My question, I want to reflect on the point that you indicated about the research that compared economic performance between 10 non-Christian countries and 10 Christian countries. And it's worrisome. And I trust the key issue is of the 7 capitals that one would tap into in driving economic ventures. Reputational or trust capital is the main undoing for the 10 Christian countries. And then that has been affirmed by the statistics put forth by SES, where you're then saying of 51,000 applicants, 54% have trust issues. So I guess the reflection that we should be living out here with, because Africa is awash with skills, with resources, with the market. But for as long as we don't deal with the trust issues, we're in trouble. Just 1 minute. I had an experience in my country. I don't know if they would say that we are mixed because we've got Muslims and Christians. So I have a conversation with a young man who is a Muslim, and he challenges me and he tells me, you guys, the only trouble that you're suffering from is you do lack trust. He says, my business, I don't go to the bank. I call friends and we sign up saying, okay, I need 100 million shillings to deliver this project. I have 20 million. In a week, he has 120 million Kenya shillings to run a project. And he delivers back. The trouble with us is I will borrow money. And I think that the fellow who lent me the money had it because I did not have it. So it is mine that has just been given back. So for as long as we don't deal with that, then business will be an issue. So of the 7 capitals, I think trust is, it said that trust is the currency for business. As we venture in, we must be trustworthy. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I think we've gotten a broad range of questions. There are about 15. You could see the general themes. So maybe rather than individual response, you could address the general themes. We could start with CEC, and then Dr. Kavani, you can respond to the questions directed at you, and also give us some closing thoughts each.
Okay, so the first one is on the requirements. I think we'll share, Brian should be able to share the checklist. We want to see that you have got your tax clearance, your TPIN, we do your KYC, we check your projection, cash flow projection if it's an existing business. We'll check your financials. The second question was on collateral requirements. He already talked about trust. Like, you cannot get $1 million and you're not offering anything if we are not really sure of your business. So we require collateral as a backup. However, there are certain businesses where certain products that are where what you buy. You see, because it's empowerment, the government actually ends up losing in some instances. Issues like, as you're saying, borehole drilling, block making, the machine that you buy is used as collateral. So most people are getting 4 million, 5 million for borehole drilling, and the equipment is collateral. So we put trust that you are going to be able to use. So where CEC buys equipment, that equipment sometimes is used as collateral. And as the doctor said, please acquire land and make sure you get titles and you do something so that you have got something to use as backup when you are looking for a lot of money. Because tomorrow, if you are not able to repay, at least the government should be able to salvage something from that. So we can use that as collateral. And for the loan products that we give, you are asking about the payback period. We do have grace period of about 6 months. And then after 6 months, you start repaying for certain loan products. And also, depending on the type of business that you do, this is where now you sit with CEC and you say, okay, the type of business I make money every 3 months, so your repayment can be every 3 months, or it's every 6 months, or it's after 1 year, the longest being maybe once repayment per year. So most of our loan products, we have got project finance. The loans run for 5 years. And we have got trade finance, the small loans whose repayment is within 1 year. And then I must declare that my cousin stands up and she asks what type of business, and I'm her cousin and she doesn't know. Do you see how people are not serious as Zambians? She has to come for this training and contribute 25 kwacha for her to come and get knowledge from me, but we talk every day. So I talked of Azimai loan product. And this is why I was also saying, men, make sure that you some of these businesses, you give them to register your wife. Though I shouldn't be saying that. Because Azimai loan product is open for this year. It doesn't matter what type of a business you are doing. You just give us your business idea. It's open to any product as long as you are a woman. Other years, we have what we call unsolicited application, where you can bring in your different business idea. If it's unsolicited, we look at the viability. It's not product specific. And the real estate, yes, we have a construction loan product. It was number 19 on the list. So we give that. But we also look at the viability. You know, some people come and then they say they want to build their retirement home and they want a loan from CEC. So we look at what are you building. We see where you are. Are you building student accommodations? How much do you charge? And we are sure that you'll be able to repay. So we look at the place where you are constructing and that you'll be able to get, real estate is all about location. So you look at the location and see that indeed if we give you a loan, you'll be able to repay. And there's one who said, I'm afraid, how do I start the business when I'm not sure? I don't want to go to jail. So we have got different, access to finance is one of the things that we do, but we also have got business development that will help to coach you. We go trainings to see how your business is doing. And as we have said, it's not everything. This is very understanding. In situations where you have challenges with your business, this is where you engage us. Like we had farmers during the drought season. We had to restructure. We can also restructure the loan. It was drought. They were not able to produce anything. So we had to restructure the loans, and that's how we came up with agricultural loan products. Where is the nutritionist who was sitting here? I wished he was here. Nutritionists, there are business opportunities. In the last 2 years, 2024, 2025, I lost a father and a sister. And both of them were really ill. My sister was sick at UTH. She was not able to eat. And then we went to the nutrition wing to say, what type of food can we give, you know? And then when we were there, they were just saying, go and do porridge. They were not even helpful. And then my father, 2025, was sick. Same situation, he could not eat. We were at trauma hospital. The nutritionist there was so amazing. He said, no, you get this food, come here, we blend it, we sieve it, and this is how you put to feed in the tube. We make sure the fish, this is what you do. And it was the first time that I saw the nutrition. You mean this could have been done for my sister at UTH, because I guess she also lacked nutrition in the last days, and the nutritionist at UTH were not able to help. But I saw the nutritionist at trauma hospital and how they were busy blending for so many patients, and I was able to see how many patients were helped through that process. Can you imagine if you run such a business for the patients near UTH who are feeding on tube? If you are just there to make sure you are providing meals, you find that the relatives would be, if I had known at that time, my sister would have gone to it. The second one, also for the medical field, what I have suffered in the last 2 years with having a father and a sister who's sick is the care. What do you call? Like the home-based care that you know it's in developed countries. You have got so many youth who are there, you've finished your nursing and everything. You have got the qualifications, you are certified. Why can't you do this? You know, there are some times when you are just all tired and you just want a day off. You just wish somebody can be by the bedside of your patient that you can trust that night so that you can go home and sleep. Imagine if you are running such a business. I was actually thinking one day this is one business I want to get into, where I have certified bedsiders. Maybe who can help to do night duties. Because when you go to the government facilities, the nurses are so busy, they'll say you have to have a bedside. But sometimes you are so drained and you need somebody to help you there. So these are some of the businesses that you can do. He also mentioned about, what do I do, my career, or should I get into business because the Chinese? Oh my goodness, Chinese are so good at photocopying. They will get the phone, buy a Samsung, dismantle it, get all the technology, and then they come up with their own. And also the difference is because of also maybe the curriculum, the way they are trained there and the way we are trained here, it's totally different. I really don't know how long it will take us to catch up, whether I would say don't do this because it takes you 2 years. You never know which one is your breakthrough. But they also work as teams, my dear. You find a group of 10, 20 Chinese are running this business, all engineers, and every day they are developing things. When I went to China and I looked at as we are still having their bicycles, and then those bicycles that we ride, it was in the 70s. It's in the museum. Because every year there is advancing in technology of the bicycle. So they said we started with a bicycle, now they are having electric motorcycles. And every year they are advancing. So unfortunately, they are ahead of us. We have to try and see what we can do within our means. Thank you. So the checklist for applications, Brian will share it. Thank you.
I noticed that a lot of us are youths here. Just catching up with what she said, that, when you're 40, you feel like time has lapsed. This is the best time, guys, for you to do anything. For some of us, we are so constrained by a lot of things. You've got children, you've got responsibilities to look after parents, because sometimes it takes time, like 2-3 years for you to stabilize. But if you've got fees already that you need to pay, you are so constrained, you can't really do much. But when you are young, you do not have obstacles. You can just do about anything, you can take any risks. So I would urge you to look into entrepreneurship. Most of us want to work, but there's no one who's ever been rich from being an employee. All people that have money, that are multimillionaires, work for themselves. So in our country as Zambia, we are so fixated with working and being employees. Because we even label people that work for themselves. Uja ni tamanga boy chabe uja. The tamanga boy is making more money than you. These people who started off doing the wheelbarrows in town, those were making serious money every day compared to somebody who's going to work every single day. I would also like to advise you to be very careful. I also see youths doing various degrees, and as Zambia, again, we are fixated on degrees. Even with a degree, it must have a purpose. You know, the one day you've done a degree in human resource management, then the next thing you're doing a master's in risk management. Sometimes there's no correlation with the qualifications we are doing. So whenever you do a qualification, it must be for a certain strategy. What do you want to use it for? It's good, it's important, but it must be for a specific use. Most of us here have read about a strategy, right? And some of us work in strategy in the companies we work for. But what is your personal strategy as an individual? What have you set yourself to achieve? What do you want to be in 10 years' time, in 5 years' time, in 1 year's time? And do constant reviews. Yes, we set up these, what do we call them at the beginning of the year? Resolutions. My New Year resolution. Well, we don't even have to wait for a new year to have resolutions. But those resolutions, review them. Check up on them. How am I doing? Every month, every 3 months, every 6 months, how far have I gone in achieving the objectives I set myself to achieve? That way, then it will guide you in terms of the degrees you want to pursue and why you want to pursue them. I want to advise the guy that talked about a product and the Chinese that my colleague was just addressing. This is where it was talked about that we need to network, we need to read more. Sometimes we can actually get advice from other people who might have walked this path before us. There's a guy called Arnold Nyendo. I don't know whether you know about him. Arnold dropped out from Longoshi. He has a company called Afnon. I must state that he hasn't come to CEEC, but I know about him because I've read about him. I would want to believe, I've heard him on the radio as well. I would encourage you to have a chat with him. I think he might have gone through some of the challenges that you're now talking about. I know that in one of the engagements that I heard him speak on the radio, he mentioned that he had a mentor. I think one of his mentors, if I remember, was actually in South African, you know. So he might have actually experienced some of the challenges you're alluding to in the stove that he manufactures. He might be able to share some ideas and pointers to what you can also do. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and I think our mothers have done a very great job. Very quickly on some of the things that have been asked. Maybe number one, let me give you a number that you can reach on, because some of the things we may address here, some we may not. So you can take note of this number if you want to reach and be in touch with me, 0979 96 1647, 0979 96 1647. We are available. Our consultancy firm helps people, businesses start from the scratch, go up. We help corporates. We help develop systems in businesses. So if you're having any challenges, reach out on that line. I should also mention that we do have resources. I mentioned to you that we do have books. I came with 10 books. 10 books. So those that will be interested, you can see me immediately after this, because I'll be running away. I have a team waiting for me outside. You can see some of the people are already here. Come. Okay.
So we'll be running to the farm, and from here I have a team waiting outside, my father and my wife. Now, very quickly, how can students push themselves to manage their businesses? I think the question was asking more like about the drive. How do you have the drive and maintain it as a student? Okay, I don't know what motivates you, most of you people. For me, it's poverty. It motivates me because, you know, I have been there and I don't want to go back there. So I'm always highly motivated by running away from my own poverty. But there are other things that you can do that can begin to keep your drive going up. One, issues of drive and motivation normally go with the circle you are found in. If you're in a circle of people with low drive, it will also get to you. Get in a circle of people that are highly charged. I told you, and one thing I've recently realized is that I've realized a young man will succeed whose friends are older than him. I have very few friends that are my age. Oh, I was telling you, people like Dr. Siatwambo, you had Pastor Mfuni here yesterday. That's my friend. We'll be meeting this evening late. And many others. Actually, of my friends, the youngest is 10 years older than me. So I sit in a circle of people whose conversations are mature than I am supposed to be. It helps me to mature faster. Beware of only having friends who are your age mates. You might be discussing very unproductive and unprofitable things. Yes, you can have peers, but tap into those that are older than you. On the drive also is... always plan your activities every day. Early in the morning before you wake up, do a to-do list, but which speaks to what my mother here said about strategic planning. So your activities of today should fit in the long-term plan. I plan my day very carefully to the extent that I plan even who I should call. If I call you, you are written somewhere in a book. And those calls of, no, how are you? We are finishing just talk time. No, plan your day and plan the activities. It will help you. Then maybe just on the same is long-term planning. Set your goals, especially in blocks of 10 years. That's how we plan. My wife and I have a strategic plan running up to 2044. Okay? And in there, everything is set from short-term goals to mid-term to long-term goals. Work towards something. Great achievers plan. They are meticulous planners. They have the power of visualization. They plan to the extent that you can see your house in its color and the grass outside and the height of the fence and everything. Visualization brings great motivation and things begin to sound very real. Then there was an issue of copying. My mothers have addressed it very well. But you could also visit Aripo. Aripo is the team that manages intellectual property. Then they can advise you. But here's the thing. In this world, there's nothing you do that people can't copy. Don't worry about copying. Worry about delivering. There is no industry you are going to go in which you are going to be alone. The guy who made a phone and we have thousands of models now. So do not worry about people copying. Worry about delivering. Everything we are doing, other people are doing. Everything you do, other people will do. Just ensure that you have a competitive advantage, what we call value proposition, something you can do better. It could be on your delivery time, your turnaround time, or anything like that, right? Yes. And then there was a question of increasing capacity by Brother Regan. How do you increase your capacity? You increase your capacity by a number of ways. And the first way you would increase your capacity is take courses. Continue to educate yourself. Take courses, Udemy, Coursera, and which is the other one? Allison. Those are good places. Free courses that you can take there, which are skill-based. Enroll in entrepreneurship programs. One of the great programs you should enroll in is the TEF Connect, Tony Elumelu Foundation Connect program, where you get $5,000 grants for free. Seed funding, Africa Development Bank through the Youth Adapt Challenge, and also WEAC, Bongo Hive. All of these are things you can follow. Follow the American Embassy. There are a lot of programs which they are actually funding. But in there, they don't only fund you. They run you through an accelerator or incubator program. You develop capacity. How else? Conferences. Attend conferences and learn. Attend conferences and learn. I laugh that here in Zambia, you can have people that would be laughing and trying to minimize
the power of conferences. It's lack of exposure. Those that are exposed literally just laugh and wonder. Buy books and read. You increase capacity by extra knowledge. Associate with those who know more. In my circles, I'm the most ignorant. I seek the friendship of those who know more than me. Now, I've realized many people find comfort hanging around the ignorant. So that when you speak, everybody else is just saying, I concur with him, I concur with him. And yet they're concurring with ignorance. I look for those who know more, such that when they speak, I'm like, wow, repeat that. What did you say? And I learn. A mind that is stretched cannot return to its original form, right? The law of elasticity. Now, what else? Apprenticeship, please. Find people you can go and work for free. When you are young, the last thing that should worry you is how much they are paying you. You don't have value equivalent to anything. This is what I tell graduates. Don't move around saying, no, me, I'm a graduate from CBU, so you should pay me 12,000 kwacha from UNZA. Forget that thing. You are not one in a million. You are one of a million. There are over 19 million graduates annually in Africa, and the job market can only accommodate 12 million. There's a deficit of 7 million graduates. So nothing special about holding a degree. Special is having specialized skills. So when you graduate, find where you can work for free. I taught at Evelyn Horn for 3 years without being paid a single ngwe. My friends thought I was crazy. That's what gave me the competitive advantage to be given a scholarship for my master's at UNZA by Apex. That time, everybody was packed there thinking now things are free. I went in there with a competitive advantage. They said, why should we pick you? I said, I've lectured. I'm 25, but I've taught at Evelyn Horn for 3 years for free. Immediately, they gave me an offer. So if you are young, forget about, no, how much are you paying me? The greatest payment is the skill you are getting. Go and find, even here at UNZA, you see an elder who is farming, you see an elder who is doing what? Tell him, can I visit you on Sunday? Over the weekend, I want to help out. Go and learn as much as you can. Lastly, it is how engineering, how do you monetize your skills as an engineer? Begin with consultants. It's the cheapest thing with low capital, because your capital is your knowledge. A lot of people that are building, they are looking for people to help them. Funny thing which I saw is this. You who graduated last year wants to charge like you have been doing work for 20 years. Eh? Begin from somewhere. Go in there and begin offering. Go to the sites where people are constructing. Tell them I can supervise what is happening here at whatever they're paying you. Build a CV. How do you build a CV? Go and do something of value which is for free. At the next thing, Papa. At the next thing, you are going to put the details that you got where you worked for free. But on your CV, to not show that this side you worked for free. It just shows like you have worked there. It just shows like you have done a project there. So utilize that, engineers. Begin with consultancy before you can afford, because I know in your space, things are capital intensive. So begin from engineering. Then form consortiums. Partner. Let's learn to work together. The challenge in Africa, everyone wants to be a champion alone. Even here, people are not working together. If you worked more together, there is much more that you can accomplish. So begin to work. It goes to trust. Those above 40, please, you are not out of the race. 40, you are still very young. Just know what you should be doing. What should you do? 40 going up. Begin to focus more on what we call balcony model of business. Okay, not dancehall. Dancehall model is activity every day. Balcony means investments. Think about bonds, treasury bills, and things like that. There are people here. Where is Brother Siakabe? Gregor, where is he? That man there is an investment consultant. Talk to him. He will guide you, and there are many others in here that are consultants like that. The more you grow, the less you should be in a business that requires you to work every day. The more you should go into investments that generate money even with the little work that you are putting in. My closing words would be, start where you are. Don't think what you have is too little. Begin with what you have. Begin with what you have. Keep praying for God to give you good health, to give you visions and dreams. That's the currents of heaven. Ideas are the currents of heaven. But your work is to work very hard. Work very hard. I was listening to an interview of Dangote yesterday. Dangote sleeps at 24, wakes up at 05. And this is the richest black man on earth. Last time, those of you who follow me, I told you, you can't sleep like you're in competition with the dead and hope to win in the land of the living. Now, I saw somebody saying, oh, doctors advise us that you should sleep for 8 hours. Anybody who slept for 8 hours could not have graduated as a doctor. So don't listen to such advice. Yeah, I've been in the medical school. I've taught there. These guys are medical school. Darlington, you sleep for 8 hours? He would be home right now. Now, this guy sleeps for 3 hours. He will graduate and you'd have achieved his goal of becoming a doctor. Then he meets you and tells you to say, when you sleep for 8 hours, for 3 hours, you die. This sleeping for 8 hours, it's good for health. It's good for health and good for poverty. You're getting the point I'm saying? Yes, medicine is hard. For you to pass it, you sacrifice the component of your life to get to become a doctor. It's very, very hard. You see? There is a component of your life you'd have to sacrifice. If you're unwilling to sacrifice it, you may live long, but you may suffer long. I think the quality of life is not in length. It is in what you do. Jesus died at 33. Look at what he has done. Some of our grandparents lived to 91. What have they done? I don't hope to live long. I hope to live with impact. God bless you. Thank you so much.
We are coming right to the end of our presentation, and thank you for bearing along with us. A few things. We have set up a little snack. Doc is leaving. Elder, maybe before you go, just come and give your vote of thanks. Yes. We want to do it in person. Just 2 minutes.
Yes, before he goes, he has to pray also. So thank you so much. Thank you so much to Madam Nyambe. We are grateful. Madam Kapapa, thank you so much. We know you came at short notice. My brother, thank you so much. He sacrificed. It has been on the cards for some time. We are grateful. And maybe just a quick one. When it just started, I went to Senanga with the team, and the mother is my mother. She saw me grow. And so then she pulls me aside after a ketesiko, and she tells me, I want you to talk to your brother. I said, which one? The young brother. Which one? Daniel. Why? He stopped work. I said, he has stopped work. I knew he had stopped work. And yes, he has to start work. I knew it was impossible, so I never talked to him. We thank God he's here. May God bless you. You have been a blessing. Thank you so much for the sacrifice. We apologize for keeping you long, but may God bless you. The little you have gotten here, we know it will be a blessing to all of us. Thank you so much. I'll ask you to come and close for us in prayer. Please, the deacons are asking, don't leave bottles here. Let us leave it as clean as we found it.
Let's stand as we pray. Our Father in heaven, we thank you, Lord, for what we have done here today. Lord, if in our charts self has been lifted above you, forgive us of our sins. There was no intention to glorify self, but to show what you can do in each one of us. Every example to show that if you have done it for us, you can do it for anybody else who is present here. I thank you for the presenters that have been here, the team from CEC, the great wisdom they have shared. I thank you for the elders of this church, the leadership that can create such opportunities. I thank you for these members, both in this church, even those who are not members of this church, but who are members in the body of Christ, and they are here with us today. I pray that you bless them. Lord, I know there are people here with dreams still scared. Give them courage to pursue them. I know there's somebody pursuing their dream and it's hard. It seems like they're failing and making losses. Help give them resilience to know that they can bounce back. I know there's somebody who tried and the business failed. Give them the courage to try again.
Help us to trust each other, to love each other, to work together. Give us good health and long life. Above all, everything we do, may it bring glory and honor to your name. When we would have prospered, may we come back and bring these resources to pump into your gospel. It is our prayer in your name, Jesus, we pray. Amen.
So just a quick announcement as we close. We have set up a little snacks outside here, so we can use this exit and take advantage of the snacks that are there. It's not much, but we hope that you can also use this chance to reflect and network on what is there. For those of you that might not have already done your registration, but you are here, this material that was being presented will be shared on the contacts that are in the register. So please, there was an online link, complete your registration. If it was closed at some point, call me on the number that is on the poster, and we'll be able to send you the material. So the materials will be shared. We will probably, within the course of this year, have a second symposium. Invite someone so that we can have a lot more time to engage and conversate. And networking is very important, as we have been taught. So please belong to a network that creates value, including AMO. Eh? What do you say? Yeah. There was a question around the CRB. So the CRB is just somewhere around arcades. You can visit them, and they will be able to give you the information around the processing time and things like that. Cooperatives get funded faster because then you are able to deal with a particular project. So let's form cooperatives, and the CRB reference, I'm told, is just done on the executive. So we need to have credible members. The key with the CRB is, please pay your loans. It's not that you should not have a loan. It's that you should be able to service. You should not be a defaulter. That's what they check for. What's your payment history like? Yeah, so I hope we have had value. How many have found this session impactful? Yeah, amen. May God's name be praised. Since the prayer has already been given, I'll invite Brother Milimo to just give us a dispersing song. We can come out through here and just grab a little snack. We've put them in takeaway packs in case you are in a hurry. And once again, we apologize for running a little over. We hope that you had found this session interactive, and we will look forward to seeing you again. Thank you so much. Sorry, one more thing. So that the books Dr. Kawani has left with me here, they are normally 300 kwacha, but for this symposium, he said they'll go for 250. So that's the value of the networks, eh? Yeah, so please see me in case you want a copy. I have the 10 copies, so it will be first come, first serve. Then the deacons had indicated that they had some tomatoes. So in case you need to go home and you want to pick some tomatoes, there's a pack of tomatoes outside. Just pick and get a pack. For only 20 kwacha. Thank you so much.
Savior of the world, light